Hail to thee, my kindred. I hope you're all having a wondrous morning, afternoon, evening, and night, wherever and whenever you are. I don't know. I'm kind of a little bit anxious about this one. I'm a little bit anxious. Just a little bit. Itty bit anxious about this one game because it has a lot of a lot of content warnings. There's so many. So many when you actually look at the game pages warnings. But, it shouldn't get me any troubles here on Twitch, hopefully. Because, I mean, it's in there. It's in the game, right? The game is a category. So, if there are any issues pertaining to such a thing, then, well, I'll just blame Twitch for not putting them themselves. Because even though there's a lot of themes, you know how sometimes Twitch will, when you play certain games, will just be like, ah, yes, there's like bad things here, like blood and swearing and sexual stuff. I don't know if I should put that on my own, but like, it's not coming with the category. They tend to come with the category if Twitch thinks it's a bad enough or worthy enough thing to place upon the game themselves. But I don't think I'll have to worry too much. Let's hope not. If I do, then like I said, I'll blame Twitch. We're also gonna be waiting a little while. We're gonna wait a little while just here with the screen, because I really don't. I just saw the bandwidth drop a little bit, and I'm a little bit, a little bit. And this is gonna get annoying for anybody that watches the VODs. We're gonna wait. Probably it'll be timestamped. I swear, it'll probably be timestamped in the description, if people even read those. I usually timestamp my stuff in the descriptions of the VODs so that people know when to just skip around. Actually, let me look at something. I should see if those timestamps have actually been working. I'm pretty sure they should. They ought to be working. If not, then, well, shame on me, I suppose. Where do I go to check my own freaking... Okay, view your channel, right there. You guys, in theory, shouldn't be able to... Oh, I almost forgot. Almost forgot. I have to check my phone for something. Why do I always remember when I need to be doing other things? This is a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. Let me continue checking to make sure that these timestamps actually work the way they're supposed to, and not that you guys will be able to hear it. Yes, they do, I think. Right? Yeah, they're right there. They're right there. First thing that's viewable. That's great. You click on the video. Okay, we're good. We're good. I was just making sure. Just making sure things are working. Because I'm a little bit of a paranoid little fella. I always either forget something or forget to not forget something and forget that thing. That or... I don't really know. And I also forget that whenever I go out on because of the bandwidth on Twitch, it just does that little screen where you see the guy holding his head. Forget about that as well. But yes, it's good to know that the damn timestamps work. I don't know if I'll be timestamping every single instance something bad shows up on screen, but I think I'll try to leave a fair warning, a decent warning in the description of this VOD for anybody in the future that's watching, because they deserve it, you know. I think you know, this game seems to be going down that road where you kind of need to tell people about some of these, because some of these are kind of heavy. I know there's gore. I think I might most likely put the censor on that, just in case Twitch gets a little pissy, right? Even though, like I said, it's right there. It's a thing in the categories. I'm just gonna It's gonna turn censored mode on, even though I personally would not be bothered by it. It is gonna be on. And we'll just wait around a little bit. We'll just wait around, just for like 10 minutes, 20. Tell me about your day. I'll tell you about my day. What have I been doing? I slept a lot. I woke up. I scrolled around, doom scrolled on Twitter, doom scrolled on YouTube. Didn't watch anybody stream today because there weren't really that many people that I usually watch on at all, so I didn't watch anybody stream. I don't know if Marseille did stream. He probably streamed earlier today. I could check that. No, okay. You know who I haven't seen stream? I'm gonna... Faye hasn't been back in a while. A little... I don't know if... Probably posted something on their Blue Sky about that, I assume anyways. Could be busy. I did watch Mittens yesterday, I guess. That was a thing. Let's see. I don't know whether I should put the... You know what? I think I will put the thing on Twitch, just in case. Let's see. Even though it's most likely... it should be fine, right? I'm just gonna be extra cautious when it comes to this particular game. Like I said, Twitch isn't doing it automatically, but... Let's see. Games that are blah blah blah. Significant profanity, vulgarity, okay. I forget that I have that one singular thing on my streams about, you know, vulgarity and whatnot. Okay, I am assuming, since I can't mark out the mature rated game, it's already doing it automatically. Cool, cool. I hope it is anyways. I don't know if I can see it. Like I said, it should be shown there, but I don't know. I really won't know until somebody clicks on and tells me, hey, your stream's looking a little different. It's telling me there's gonna be violence and craziness. And I'm gonna be like, yes, it's because there is. I did a little bit of digging into that thing I mentioned yesterday. You know, me and drama. Me and drama are... I'm tied to drama because I enjoy it a little too much on the VTuber sphere. I believe there was one more doc dropped on that one femboy guy. I'm still not too sure what that whole thing's about, but apparently it kind of boils down to this guy isn't being a good friend. As far as I can tell, within this little femboy civil conflict. Outside of that, nothing really interesting drama-wise has been going on. I'm the only person viewing this game. I do wonder why I can't click the mature audiences thing. What if I click off of that? No? Okay, still... That's weird. That is weird. That is odd. Maybe I'm supposed to have done that before. I'm sure. Listen, I'm a small guy. It's not like I'm being paid attention to at all, so... I'm not gonna worry too much about that. Not gonna worry too much about that. Let me just do a little stretch. Let me see if anything interesting has been popping up by the time that I was preparing for stream. Let me see the usuals that I keep an eye on. Let's see. Apparently something's going on with Rev's wife and somebody called Akemi. Whoever this Akemi person is, I don't know. Apparently their stuff seems weird. That's all I know. That's all I know. What about this guy? Does he got anything going on? Oh yeah, the ending for, what was that one? Something, rent a girlfriend or some shit like that apparently ended recently. The manga at least did. And people are like, whoa, you know. Rent a GF, right? It's called Rent a Girlfriend. It's literally called Rent a Girlfriend. I have no clue what it's about. Okay. Apparently it borders, like, people are confused about who this is even supposed to be for, according to this guy. At least he's confused about who this story is even supposed to be for, which is not too surprising. Because from what little I know about it, it's like basically just a dude hanging out with a chick, and they edge you the entire time on whether or not he was going to say anything about his feelings to her. And it turns out he tries, I think. It ends with him trying, and then it's like, no. She, like, rejects him. I think that's literally how it ends. Which, you know, that's an ending. That's certainly an ending. I never heard anything good about it, though, so I don't really care all that much. It's just a little funny that people are just not schizoing out, per se, but just discussing it. Just discussing it. And I like seeing people's discussions on stupid shit like this. Anyhow, what am I supposed to be doing? Playing a game, right? Well, like I said before, this game's got a lot of content warnings, so read up on those if you want. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to, I guess maybe I'll post that in the description of the VOD or in a comment, I'm not sure. But a lot of fucked up shit apparently is gonna be a thing in this story, which I'm fine with. It's gonna be censored. I have the censored option on because there's also gore apparently, and maybe a limb or two are gonna get chopped off, maybe. Warning, I don't know if I can watch. Well, you're here already, Viewbot. Hail to thee, how are you doing? See, I got the censored mode on. Just to be extra safe. See, streaming mode, that's just for music apparently. Some sexual stuff is gonna be involved, uncomfy stuff, a lot of just generally uncomfy stuff. This is gonna be a really serious one. More serious than the stuff I usually play. And that's, you know, maybe that's not saying something because I haven't played anything or played a visual novel that has been heavy, but I guess this one will be the first one that's heavy. Just a fair warning. The synopsis, that's what I usually do. I give credits and synopsis, right? So the person who created this on itch.io is called Carrot, just like the vegetable. And it is, let's see, the story. 11-year-old Iggy wasn't sure what he was expecting when he dragged his friends out to the woods to attempt a strange ritual from a book he found in the dumpster at school, but his wildest imagination couldn't have prepared him for the land of wonder and magic that had awaited them at the bottom of that one old hollow willow tree. Now, however, it's 20 years later. He and his friends are past the age of make believe. The wonderland of their youth has become nothing more than a far off dream until one night, Bugs and her newborn daughter disappear without a trace. Soon, Iggy and his friends find themselves pulled back into the world of childish glee. Only their wishes and desires aren't so innocent anymore, and the world has twisted itself into a land of horror and depravity that's scarcely recognizable. That is the synopsis of the story. You love uncomfy shit until you get uncomfy. You know what? That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Let's just hope it's nothing too bad and that Twitch won't smite me for it. If they have an issue with it, it's literally a category game, so it's their fault, alright? Open that. Typical, typical controls. For more detailed controls and mouse instructions, check the help section, accessible from the game menu. I don't think I'll need it, but thank you. Also, tell me if the volume for the game seems too low or too high. I imagine it's more on the low end. I'm 11 years old the first time we entered Wonderland. August 3rd, 1998. Good year, good year. I think. I don't remember. Is everyone ready? Switch game. Switch games. Shut up, bot. Shut up. We've just started. Seems like we've got everything, yeah? And this is the biggest tree in the forest, so this part is important. Or at least I think it is. Okay, that does that. Alright. Forget that I like to press space instead of clicking with the mouse. My fingers curled tighter around the worn edges of the book in my lap, and I let my eyes fall to the words on the page. Gidget's closest to me. She's been dubious from the start. The instructions aren't that complicated, really, which doesn't bode much confidence, but she doesn't move to leave. You know, on second thought, I'm pretty sure my mom's calling me. Orlan is across from me. His face is as white as the time he threw up in Mrs. Gronemere's 6th period. Mrs. Gronemere. I don't even know if I read that correctly. I'll get an earful if she finds me way out here, so I'm just gonna... He throws a glance back at the blackness between the trees. The corners of his mouth twitch like he's about to cry. He doesn't leave either. The last time your mom cared about where you were coming out from between her damn legs. Genzo's as salty as ever, but that's Genzo for you. His dying words will probably be a dig at Orlam. Or Orlam's mom. Just roast him, Orlam. I mean, get roasted, I mean. See, I already forgot people's names. Whoa. What was he doing between his mom's legs? And then there's Bucks. Bucks doesn't understand anything. She's only 9. That's inappropriate, Jen. You're gonna corrupt poor Buxley. Ah, shit. If Bucks doesn't understand that, she needs someone to corrupt her ass pronto. Gonzo's the only one who dares swear. It sounds so natural. It makes me jealous. I tried saying hell in the mirror one time. I hadn't been able to look at myself in the eye for days. Some silly ass shit. You know what? It makes sense for kids. It makes sense. Some freaky frogs right here. Shush you. Don't make this worse than it has to be. If anyone cares, I resent the comment about my mother. Why aren't we playing Fortnite? Because I don't got that battle pass. Guys. I need to get everyone back on track. I know if I don't corral them, we'll never get started. And then what would the point be, really? Okay, just making sure. Is that... I can't remember. He looks like he's wearing an Argentinian shirt. If I'm even remembering the country correctly. Usually I'm correct about these things. Let me look it up. Argentina. Yeah. It is a different blue, different shade of blue, but still the same pattern. Even if it is slightly different shades. Should be a more baby blue, but whatever. We need to focus, okay? Come on. I lick my lips, swallow, my fingers are shaking, and I press them tighter onto the book's yellowed pages. This is gonna work. I'm telling you, this book's like a gazillion years old. Besides, books can't lie, not like Orland's mom. Hey! What exactly does it say we have to do again? We don't have to break out into song, do we? I readjust the book in my lap, fingers to the centered paragraph in the middle of the page, its font fancy and curled. By blood alone shall the innocent pass, traveling hand in hand, where every wish is your command, your very own Wonderland. Orlam's fingers got to his mouth. Blood? Bucky's eyes widened. The light of the lanterns danced off her trembling pupils. Cool! I volunteer to kill Orlam. Damn, bro does not give a damn about his boy. He's just continually roasting him. He wants him to go first. What is wrong with him? My eyebrows twitched. No one's gonna be killing anyone. A little from everyone should be fine. It only works for kids. No adults allowed. The five of us grow quiet. Furtive glances from one to the next. Gidget's chewing on the inside of her cheek. Genzo's brow are furrowed. Bucks has her little fist clenched in excitement, and Orlam looks about ready to piss himself. Crickets chirp from off in the distance. In the darkness, I mean. Well, let's get on with it then. No point sitting here freezing our asses off. This is gonna be the hard part. I reach into my Stegosaurus backpack and pull out a small knife I'd carefully secure in the elastic plastic holder. The blade gleams in the light from the lantern. I got this from the drawer in my kitchen. It should do the trick. I can feel the collective gaze of the group on the knife. Have I mentioned that I really don't like this idea? Orlam's fingers fidgeted again. Orlam just fidgeting again. Genzo's eyes rolled. Only about 100 times. Just make sure you clean it before your mom cooks with it again, yeah? It's just a small knife, the type I'd seen my mom used to cut apples, but the tip is plenty sharp. I bring the shiny point to the middle of my palm and press. It prickles. I pause. I press my lips together. Then pull it across my palm before I can stop to think about it. Ugh. Why is it that, like, cartoon, like, it's always the case for me, always been the case that, like, drawn or, like, yeah, I'm gonna say, like, drawn blood and gore does more to ick me out than, like, real blood and gore. And I think I have a theory as to why that is, but, like, it's always more effective. It always gives me more ick than, like, the real stuff. And I don't know, I guess I know a theory. I got a theory as to why that is. But I don't really know factually why. It slices through the skin like butter. Tears spring to my eyes. I want to swear to sound cool, but honestly, if there ever had been a time to swear, it would have been now. But all that comes out is a pained squeak. When I blink, my eyes open and search through the watery veil. I see a mote of red forming across my palm. You could have just done your finger, bud. Not your whole palm. Iggy! Gidget takes my hand. Her skin is warm against a growing chill creeping out from the soggy fissures. My fingers tremble. These kids more brave than me. Eesh, Iggs, you animal! I blink, and the salt water runs down my cheek. I force a smile. There were no signs, YOLO. Shut up. Shut up. It doesn't hurt. You only need a little. That's what the nurse always tells me too. Then she stabs me with her 6-inch needle of death. Orlam runs a hand through his sweaty hair again and again. We all have to do this? I take my hand back from Gidget. A tiny river of blood runs past the bump of my wrist. The pearl-like head of its tip reminds me of a caterpillar. We have to. It's the only way it'll work. A pause. I think. Stop staring at Iggy's hand, Bucks. You're starting to scare me. Bucks is leaning forward on her hands and knees, seemingly enraptured by the red ribbon leaking down my arm. Gadget grabs the knife from me and with a huff. You guys are so weird. I'll go next. Trust Gidge to do anything Iggy says. Gidget whirls on Genzo, knife tip trembling in her grip. Shut up. We all agreed to come out here, didn't we? I'm not afraid of some stupid little cut. I am. I don't like getting hurt at all. She brings the blade up to her palm, pauses, squeezes her eyes shut. Why can't parents just shove an iPad into the kids' faces? Listen, this is 1998. There are no iPads. Thankfully, no iPads in sight. This was a time when you could do fucked up, dumb things as a kid and still come out of it like a grown, okay adult. Now we're kinda cooked. Then she slices. It's not as deep as mine, but it's the blood that matters. Tiny pricks bubble up within the shallow grove, almost like tiny chickenpox. I think I meant to read groove. See? She holds her palm up with a wiggle of her fingers. Didn't hurt at all. Genzo just smirks. Are those tears I see, milady? She ignores him. Go, Arlem, it's your turn. Orlam blanches. I can see the sweat gathering on his forehead. My turn, Genzo grabs a knife from Gidget and slides up next to him. Here, I'll help ya. You just stay right there. I can do it myself. Orlam scooches backwards so fast he nearly falls over, then snatches the knife from Genzo's hand. Genzo. I think it's Genzo, with like an accent, but I'm not sure. I don't know how to... I've never heard that name before. Genzo. Genzo. His freckled cheeks puff out in what could either be indignation or dread as he brings the tip of the knife to his palm. It takes forever. Again and again, Orlam tenses up, as though trying to push out an especially large poo, but again and again, he pulls it away, tears bubbling up in his eyes. Finally, he puts the blade across. Pulls the blade across. That's it. A mosquito would do better than that. There's blood, right? That's all that matters. Orlam pushes his hand in Genzo's face. There's indeed a tiny spot of red. I cut in before things can veer off track once more. That should be fine. Thanks, Orlam. See? Orlam puffs up proudly. Gidget turns to Bucks, who's been watching the whole ordeal go down in rapt silence. Yes, how are we gonna slice the 9-year-old. Just a little prick in the finger, please, okay? It's your turn, Buxley. Do you think you can do it? Bux bobs her head, and when Orlam gives her the knife, she gouges it straight into her palm. Her hand quickly turns red. Buxley! God almighty, she's a monster! The sight makes me queasy. Bux, you don't need that much. Bux just grins. It doesn't hurt, honest. She is a little too happy. I guess that's better than the alternative, but like, goddamn, she really just said poke, just stab. I guess she's just so excited that the adrenaline was already pumping prior to her kind of just jabbing the thing into her palm. She holds her hand up, and we all back away. Genso grabs the knife from her. Give me that thing before you kill yourself. Without a second thought, he swipes it across his palm, forging a similar mote to mine. He eyes the growing trench curiously. The circle grows silent, each of us looking down at our sliced palms. That's everyone then. My voice trembles. We could do this at a fan meetup, Gelato. The blood sacrifice. You are all now blood sworn to me. That would be not advisable, you know. There are diseases that are transmitted by blood. A moth flutters in front of the lantern. Genso gnaws on his bottom lip. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but nothing's happening. Is there something else we need to do? Gidget asks, turning towards me. I can hear my heart beating in my ears. Everyone's eyes are on me. I swallow, but the saliva gets stuck in my throat. I glance back down at the book. Then it comes to me. I guess maybe we need to hold hands? Hold hands? Orlam's voice raises a good octave. Isn't that all healthy? What if one of us has a disease? We all already have you. What could be worse? Genzo snickers. Snuckers? What does snuckers even mean? Snickers. No one's going to get sick, Orlam. It's fine. Though even Gidget sounds unsure. I reach my hands out, one towards Bux and one towards Gidget. There's a moment of uncertainty. Then both of them reciprocate. Buck's hands is slimy and slick between my fingers, and I feel my stomach turn. Gidget's on the other hand, is warm and soft. Come on, guys. I nod at the two on the opposite end of the circle. Genzo groans. Orlam cringes. But they lace their fingers together all the same, then reach out to Gidget and Bucks, respectively. Buckley's? Who the hell's Buckley? And silence returns. Let me see if I can... There we go. I can indeed take a screenshot. Another moth flits to and fro in front of the lantern. A grasshopper preens itself atop an especially tall blade of grass. I spot an ant crawling across my bare knee. I resist the urge to flick it away. Beautiful moon out tonight. Genzo's gaze is pointed skywardly. This isn't working. See? Nothing's happening. Orlam seems 1 second away from jerking his hand away from Genzo's grip. I don't have an answer. I don't know. What else it could... This is boring, Buck sighs. The blood can't keep her entertained any longer, it seems. Am I allowed to go home now? Even Orlam is starting to seem more disinterested than anxious. I failed them. It's okay, Iggy. It's not your fault. Gidget gives my hand a reassuring squeeze. It would have been cool if it were... The sound of something heavy cuts her off. Like a large stone sliding across a gravel surface. It's loud and grating, and for just a moment, it feels like the very ground is opening up in front of us, for all the way that grinding, scratching moan makes our hearts thrum. It ends as abruptly as it started, and the forest grows silent. No more crickets, no more cicadas, no more fluttering moths. Even the very air is still. Time to go home. Peace out. I realize my eyes are squeezed shut and crack open first the right, then the left. Everyone's looking at me. No, not at me. Past me. I twist backward and see the base of the big old willow, the tallest tree in the forest, is trunk like a massive boulder covered in twisty, gnarled roots. Now with a very visible and very dark hole in its side. Across from me in the circle, Genzo hisses between his teeth. Well, shit. Our Wonderland, wannabe cave divers, written and developed by Carrot Patch Games. Art and character designs by Carrot Patch Games. The way they just land on a bunch of plushies. Music by all of these people. I do not... Oh god, hold on. Can I take myself out of the way? Never mind, it's too late. Sound effects, all of these people. Let me just squeeze down a little. Over here behind the lamp pop. There we go. Trying to make sure I'm not blocking anything. Made with Renpai. Which I think is a software, I assume. 20 years later. Nah, actually. What do you mean, not actually? Stay down there, Gelato? Fuck you. Iggy! She has me before I get a chance to react. She goes for the legs. She always goes for the legs. One meaty hand wraps around my right thigh as another goes for my left. Then her shoulder takes my hips. At that point, escape is futile. Buck rises to her full height, and I go with her, draped like a sack of potatoes with my ass in the air. If it isn't my favorite pigmentally challenged little nerd. Bucks laughs. The resulting convulsions practically make me seasick. I feel like I haven't seen you in years. So how the hell are ya? Still doing that computer hacking stuff? You gotta show me how to do that sometimes. Hana always gets on my case because the computer's doing some weird shit or whatever, but how the hell am I supposed to fix it, you know? Let me guess, if this is 20 years later... So yeah, they're like in their late 20s and early 30s, basically. Bucks is a literal ox. Beefy arms and neck, chest as wide as my aunt's old minivan. Even her laugh means business, big and hearty and burgeoning up from her lungs like a firework of sound. I'm, great. Just great. I can feel the blood rushing to my head. My nose is bumping against Buck's back somewhere just above the waistline, and my glasses are threatening to slip off my ears. Bucks, I can't breathe. Oh, right, yeah. Bucks drops me back to the sidewalk. It takes a moment for the world to stop spinning. I'm picked up in your late 20s. No, that's the funny part, right? Out of everybody in the group, I'm pretty sure Bucks is the youngest. She's just out here picking up. She just grew up, I guess. She grew to be rather large for a person. So what? So what? Can I get you a beer or something? I've got the good stuff. Crafts from the place just outside of town. She claps her hands together. Let me grab you one. She barely waits for me to acknowledge her question before jumping off toward the porch. I grab my strewn messenger bag from the ground, off of the ground, then follow with a hand up to tame my nest of curls. Buck's house is nice. The nicest of any of us has managed, to be honest. It's a cozy split level with white shutter windows and a spacious porch wrapping all the way around the backyard. The type you dream about once you're halfway through the college and you realize you have no idea what you're actually doing with your life. I follow Bucks across the porch now, dodging the fake terracotta pots of a few hanging plants along the way. The sound of the TV drifts out from the screen door leading inside. Let me also do a little bit of a calculation to see what year it is. It was 1998, so that means it's 2018. 2018, damn. This game... Actually, I wonder if that's when this game dropped, 2018. And that's why they're just like, yeah, it happened like 20 years after. 20 years after they first went to Wonderland. I pause for just a moment, to hang my messenger bag up on one of the railing posts, then start for the steps. Pandemic in 2 years? Don't tell them. They don't know. They don't know. They're living in bliss. Heads up! I round the corner just as Buck tosses me a beer from the cooler. I barely keep from dropping it straight onto the deck. The backyard is neat and trim and decorated for the occasion. Picnic table with multicolored plates and napkins, a few strings of red, white, and blue flags drape across the trees, a trio of white and green striped lawn chairs. Box even has her grill out, the air above is wrapping in the heat. I pop the tab of my beer and wander towards Bucks, who's grabbing a can of her own. So, what's new in Iggy World? Anything new and exciting? Foam bubbles down her shin as she takes an impatient sip. I can't say much has changed since last year's BBQ, to be honest. I still have my apartment over in Brookside, still doing mostly freelance. Had a contract gig for a few months in the spring for a little advertising shop over in Dukan. Nice way to get me out of the house, but the commute was hell. I take a slug from my can. It goes down the wrong tube. Never take the intercity bus, I finish with a choked cough. Ha! I'll trust you on that. Buck raises her can towards mine and we clink them together in tiny sympathy. Symphony, maybe it said. Fuck. I can't read, I swear to God. No special friend to keep you company in that lonely apartment yet? I take another shrug, longer this time. No, not yet. You've really gotta get you out more. Get you out of Landbrook. I'm telling ya, there's nothing left here for a bright single centerfold like you. Hell, even I wouldn't still be here if it weren't for the little monster. Better for raising a kid, you know? School district and all. Box wipes her mouth on the back of her arm and nods her head. At what? I don't know. And Gidget finally made the move. She's over in Dukan permanently now. No more scooting back and forth. Oh, I say leisurely. I helped her out a few months back moving her stuff. Surprised she didn't call you. Shit, I never got back to her about that. I guess she wanted someone a little more brawn? Ha! Can't argue with that. Buck slaps me on the back, and I nearly spit out the beer in my mouth. Once I recover, I attempt to divert the conversation. What about you? Still delivering packages? Buck straightened up at this. No more door-to-door for me. Just call me shift manager, Buxley. Oh, congrats. Probably means more regular hours then, huh? I remember you used to pull some late nights driving the trucks. That it does, which sure helps with the mini tornado siren in the room next door. Bucks gulps down the rest of her can and crushes it in her palm. She tosses it in an empty trash bag lying on the grass and fishes through the cooler for another. Our first thing of the game. First question here. Normal adult questions. Hanar and the baby. I guess one leads to the other. How's the baby? Speaking of, how's she doing? The baby, I mean. Actually, I feel a little awkward because I don't even know her name. Bucks, well, laughs almost nervously. Oh, little Sydney? Little Sadie? She's doing, great. Just great. She's a handful. Keeps her parents on their feet all hours of the day and night. But, yeah, she's pretty cute and all. Got her mom's nose and her dad's, temperament. She claps her hands together. But hey, if babies aren't making you wish you never had them, they're not doing their jobs, am I right? I press my lips together. Sure, I guess. Must be pretty tough. You don't know the half of it. Haven't had a decent night's sleep since the little fucker was born. Hell, I'd sell my soul for a few interrupted hours of sleep at this point. You guys thought of hiring any help? And drawing this blessed opportunity for connection? Hunar would kill me. I guess he has a point. Babies are pretty impressionable after all. You got that right. Impressing on their poor mother's nerves. The screen door creaks open before just as quickly slamming shut, and we both turn towards the Porsche as Hanar walks down the stairs, baby in tow. Well, speak of the devil, there's the little firecracker herself. Buck raises her beer. Little fucker, this person gets it. Iggy, so good to see you. It's been so long. It's been too long. Hanar's long bangs are pulled back with metal hair clips. His eyes look tired. The baby's half hidden in a purple blanket, but I still see her tiny little nose twitching among the soft folds of baby goo. It really has. Sorry for I'm still chuckling at your comment, little fucker. This person gets it. It's like, yeah, babies be like that, you know? It's like their one job is give me attention, please. You can't blame them. They literally need to do that to survive. And even then, some of them still are unfortunately not treated the best. It really has. Sorry for making myself so scarce. I guess I can lose myself in my work sometimes. More like your games, am I right? Buck elbows me in the ribs. I laugh not at all awkwardly. Hanar smiles and shifts the babies in his arm. That's not good for your health, you know. Get out and get some sunshine once in a while. Well, I mean, as much as you can handle. I'll try harder. I attempt to shift the conversation away from me and my hermit-like tendencies. This the little bundle of joy that yeah? 3 months old yesterday. I lean in for a closer look. She's absolutely tiny. I can't help but think of the cluster of baby rabbits I found huddled in the giant planter my mom had on the back patio when I was a kid. So completely helpless. She stares back at me as though she'd never seen something stranger in her entire 3 months of life. I don't blame her, to be honest. Hey there, little Sydney. Little Sadie. I've been saying Sydney, I don't know why Sadie. Pretty big eyes you got there. Think you're gonna command the diamond like your mom when you get older? Hanar shifts his weight as Sadie begins to fuss. I'd prefer she take up something that won't threaten every bone in her body on a daily basis. I had enough heart attacks every time Bucks played. Ha! I never broke any bones. Bucks beams as though this is a major accomplishment. Dan stops to think. There was that one concussion. Hanar rolls his eyes. Yeah, and we're still waiting for you to get over it. Hey! Hanar carries her right along. At any rate, have you put the meat on yet, Bucks? The rest of your friends will be here soon, right? This snaps Bucks back to attention. Shit, you're right. Languish, Buxley. Sadie is not going to develop your penchant for vulgarities. Oh, come on, let the girl live a little. Marsh that mouth over to the girl and start the meat. Alright, alright, alright. Bugs wanders off toward the grill, crushing her can and tossing it atop the trash bag along the way. And I'll get the appetizer plates ready so you can get something in that tiny tummy of yours. I cock my head to the side. Sadie's old enough for solid food already? I was talking to you, Hanar laughs. Then shifts Sadie to his side, to his other shoulder as he heads back inside. I stand there in silence, blinking. My gaze falls to the grass, where the blades that had been under Hanar's feet just a moment ago are struggling to right themselves. A bird whistles somewhere up in the trees, and I pick at a hunk of something between my top left molars. I'm just about to wander over to the picnic table when a feeling of unease trickles down my spine, almost though someone's eyes are on my back. Hey, Iggy. Oh, for Christ's sake! By the time I twist backwards, Orlam's already a good 5 inches closer than what's socially acceptable for casual conversation. Hey, Orlam, I didn't hear you slither up. I take a step backward. Orlam takes a step forward. He looks like he hasn't slept in weeks. Long time no shoot the fat. How fares the daily strife? I take an extra large slug of my beer. Oh, you know, same old, same old. I was gonna say, is it like... Because they're talking about like this being a barbecue, the little colors of the banners up there. I'm imagining it's like 4th of July or something. Maybe, assuming they're American. I don't know. I can't think of any other occasion in which adults would meet up specifically for a barbecue and hang up red, white, and blue. You still writing code for top secret government espionage projects, Mr. Hack and Slash? If by top secret government espionage projects you mean a new website for ruckarams this and that, then yes, that's exactly what I've been doing. Bro, back up. He's right there, right? He's so close. Right? He's like leaning forward too. This amuses him, and he laughs. Orlam has the weirdest laugh. Like every syllable is perfectly enunciated, with an identical gap between each. Have you ever wondered what he considers this and what he considers that? I shift my weight from my left foot to my right, then back to my left. Surprisingly, the thought never really crossed my mind. I've always been more of a that guy myself, Orlam shrugs. Why have this when you can have that, am I right? But you know me, always on the superlative fringe of society. Fringe is right. I glanced back towards the house. Bucks is still at the grill. Anar is nowhere to be seen. I turn back. He's getting closer. Somehow Orlam seems even closer. What about you? Still working at... Actually, I seriously have no clue what you're doing nowadays. Alan and Alan. I do data entry at their branch in town. The baby powder guys? I chew on my bottom lip. Not just baby powder. We have all kinds of products set for the squirmy little skin tags. Bucks should be all over that. You gave her a discount? No. I blink. Orlam stares at me with that same off-kilter smile. Then continues. You wanna know the secret ingredient in our powder? What helps it give skin that extra soft sheen? I've sucked my entire bottom lip into my mouth by this point. I'm not sure I want to know. Dead skin cells from real babies. That's disgusting. My face curls. That's disgusting. It was a joke. I figured, but geez, I prefer not to think about dead baby skin every time I walk by the baby's aisle. Why the hell aren't Genzo and Gidget here yet? So, any Mrs. Maxwell in the making tucked away in that man cave of yours? Afraid not. Fraternizing hasn't exactly been top priority in my life, I guess. My beer's almost gone. I squint as I look down into the opening. I know someone who will be happy to hear that. This brings my head up. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. That smile again. And everything, he laughs. Now, you're just weirding me out. As per my usual strategy, I decide to turn the conversation away from myself. What about you? No misinformed number of fairer sex climbing your steeple? Steeple? How the hell do you pronounce that? I think it's steeple. No misinformed number of fairer sex climbing your steeple? Oh, I have my flings. Really? You? Our lamb runs a hand through that saggy curl of bangs, tracing the side of his forehead. There's a girl at work who can't keep her hands off me. Insatiable, this one. A real dime, too. Says no man's ever satisfied her the way I do. Really didn't need to know that. What the fuck is he talking about? Well, our character brought up whether he was getting any action, I guess, because that guy brought it up when it came to our character, and our character is like, that hasn't really been, it hasn't really been the focus of my life. So I guess this is just how this conversation goes. But me, well, I'm looking for more than a smoking hot time in the bedroom, if you catch my drift. Oh, I'm catching it. I need a woman who completes me emotionally, not just sexually. You know what I mean? He's practically breathing down my neck now. His breath is hot as it dances on my skin. I didn't realize he's gotten so close. Do we just go along with it, or just be like, oh, what's this girl's name? Maybe we can catch him on his bullshit, you know? Maybe we'll catch him on his bullshit. What's this girl's name? I lean backwards. And what's this girl's name? He stops, blinks, finally pulls away. He licks his lips. I mean, I know it. It just slipped my mind. His arms curl in front of his chest. We don't really, talk much. In fact, I probably never even said it out loud. You know how it is. She goes to a different school. She works in a different part of the job place. You never said the girl you're dating's name out loud? We're feral creatures, Iggy. There's no need for names between us. Okay, well, enjoy your mysterious nameless woman. You're just jealous you're not getting as much as me. I roll my eyes and turn my gaze back to the house. You know, you're exactly right. The sound of footsteps on the porch catches my attention. Hola, mi amigos, and comment allez-vous. The party has officially arrived. This is quickly followed by the dull thud of cranium on fake terracotta. God damn it. Potted plant right in my face. That'll be Gunzo. This fella's us backing up. I finish up the last drops of my beer and wander over to the trash bag to throw the can away. Orlam follows, quite obviously keeping me between himself and the porch. His smile is gone and he's tugging anxiously at his rat tail. I'm guessing these two have never... There's a freaking little flying bug on my desk. I don't have anything, like, I can use to... Okay, it just kind of is there. Little fruit fly thing. Why is it here? Give me a second. Okay, this thing's just gonna... this thing's just gonna be here, I guess, until I can sometime get him. Which I'm not gonna be focused on right now. Let me drink some water, because my throat's already hurting. Precious water. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Orlam and Gunzo have just never... They've never been friendly with one another from what we've seen in the little prologue, I guess you could call it, of the game. Oh gosh, Genzo, I'm sorry. We just hung those up the other day and it completely slipped my mind. Hanar pushes open the screen door, and steps outside. He quickly wipes the crumbles of dirt decorating Genzo's shoulder. Not to worry, dear sir. I've been told dirt brings out the shit-colored hue of my eyes. He pauses, turning in Hanar's direction. And what's this gurgle of innocent compl- and what's this gurgle of innocent complacency I hear? Am I in the presence of Her Highness Princess Sadie? I should have I should have worn my tie. He straightens his collar. Hanar laughs and shifts Sadie to his other arm. Aren't you always a treat? Anyway, I've got some things to finish up inside. Iggy and Orlam are already out back. He tugs open the screen door and disappears back inside. Genzo continues the rest of the way across the porch, using his cane to avoid the railings, and guides himself down the steps onto the yard. He immediately spreads his arms. Hey, Iggy! Ah, I see. He's like... he's blind now. That's what happened. I was wondering for a second. I was like... like, he does not pay attention. It's like, nope, he might be blind. Might be. Maybe not like blind, but something may have happened to his eyes. We don't know. And I thought I smelled something coming up the block. Is that a new cologne, Orlam? Or do you just naturally smell like a horse's ass? Orlam's eyes twitch. Iggy, my man, get over here. It feels like forever. Genzo motions me over. I lean forward, and as soon as my shoulders touch his, he pulls me into a side hug that nearly breaks my spine. Genzo's the same teddy bear as always, short, big-boned as he puts it, and with a mouth that can run faster than he can, also as he puts it. I'm even given a familiar whiff of his ubiquitous orange knit cap as my face is smashed into the... Oh. Bandwidth is going down. And it's coming back up. Is it? Okay, I think we're fine. I'm even given a familiar whiff of his ubiquitous orange knit cap as my face is smashed into the top of his head. I have been a little off-grid, I manage. Off the grid or off your rocker, am I right or am I right? He presses a hand to my chest as he nearly doubles over laughing. Maybe a little bit of both, I say, with a chuckle of my own as I pull myself away. Game got louder, but it's fine? Okay, that's good. It's not going in the yellow. It's like right below the yellow, so it should be fine there. You doing okay? How are things at the shop? F to the fine, my friend. Just got myself a deal with the impound, actually. They're gonna send me some of the busted up bikes no one ever picks up. I'll see if I can get them fixed and back on the market. His face is beaming beneath his sunglasses. More of a passion project, really, but it feels good to breathe new life into the little tykes. Or shall I say trikes, eh? He pauses for a moment, then raises his hand, nose twitching. Is that the pungent odor of freshly grilled carcinogens I smell? Bucks turns away from the grill for the first time since our earlier conversation. Burgers are coming right up. I hope everyone's hungry. I can always count on you to fill my stomach, Buckleberry Finn. Gunzo rubs his hands together. Which reminds me, Iggy, Game Rex, you have? I run a hand through my curls. I'm already eyeing the cooler and wondering if I should grab another beer. Actually, this one game's been really sucking up my time. You get to control your own airship, and there's these terrifying vortexes you have to go through. And don't get me started on the giant fucking tornadoes. I finally give in and fish through the ice for a can. I've been playing a game on my phone called Candy Gudgel. Orlam's shoulders are hunched so low, it's a miracle he doesn't fall over. Gendo ignores him. I played something along those lines a few weeks back, and I'm telling ya, there's something about sweeping skies and swashbuckling heroes that just... He brings his fist to his chest and shakes his head. Gets me right here. He glances in my direction at the sound of me popping the top on my beer. I know I tell you this every time, but you should really develop one of your own. You've got enough crazy kernels up in that noggin of yours to launch your own library. We seem to be okay with this guy. So yeah, only if you'll be my main character. I raise my brows with a smirk. Only if you'll be my main character. Now there's an idea that's a guaranteed blockbuster. The indomitable Captain Genzo sets sail across the high seas. No, sets sail across the sky. That's it. I'm a sky pirate. Sky pirate it is then. Only don't make me one of those fake pirates that goes around helping people. If I'm doing this thing, I'm doing it all the way. Murder, battery, aggravated assault. I wanna own this shit. Hell, you could even go crazy and throw some tax fraud in there. I wanna be in the game too. Fine, you can be the swab. Why do you want me to develop something so bad? I mean, it doesn't have to be a game. You should just get out and do something. Do something that'll get you out of here. That's what Gidge did. Orlam snickers at this. We'll see how long that lasts. Last I heard, she could barely make rent. Hey, at least the lady's trying. Which is more than anyone could say about us lazy fuckers. Am I right or am I right? Genzo prods an air elbow in my general direction with a snort. It's at this point that Bucks finally turns away from the grill and spatula in hand. Burgers are ready. Get your hungry faces on. That's what I'm talking about. Genzo claps his hands together. Single file line, people. Don't rush the grill, maester. I leave my beer on the table and take my place behind Genzo, who's already waiting impatiently by the grill. Bucks is giving the burgers a final flip before tossing them one at a time onto an oversized plate. It's supposed to be 5 of us in total, right? So this is most of us being here already. All we have to wait for is Gidget. She sets to the buns, cutting them somewhat erratically in half with a serrated knife and scattering crumbs all over the glass. I tap Genzo's shoulder gently and say something hushed. By the way, thanks. Genzo raises a brow. For what? Except it's much louder than my own statement. I wince, but continue all the same. You're the only person who hasn't asked if I have a girlfriend yet. Genzo just shrugs. Hey, it's your life. You do you. Why should I care? Another snicker from Orlam behind us. Yeah, why should Genzo care about girls? Everyone knows he's... Genzo rolls around so fast his cane clocks Orlam across the upper thigh. Orlam yelps. Whoops, didn't see you there, Orlam. Sorry, this thing's really got a mind of its own sometimes. I opened my mouth to say something, but Genzo's already turned back to the grill with his nose turned toward the meat and cheese concoction Bucks is stacking atop the plate. And now we feast. Orlam whines and rubs his thigh. I catch a few muttered curse words, but he remains otherwise silent. The air between them feels electric, and not in a good way. Oh right, it's 2018. We can't say the G slur. What G slur? What? Okay, can this bug piss off? You can't say gay. Oh, that one. Gotcha. You know, honestly, it really does depend, right? Because if you say it in a certain context, people will get really pissy at you. Fortunately, the sound of hurried footsteps on the patio is enough to divert everyone's attention. I glance back just as Gidget appears from around the side of the house, her face flushed and sweat dotting her forehead. She brings a hand up to smooth back her hair, looks around, smiles as she sees us. Sorry, I'm late, guys. The traffic coming up I-80 was a nightmare. Genzo perks up. Now there is a sound for sore ears. Gidget smiles apologetically and starts over. Our eyes meet, but she looks away. I didn't miss too much, did I? Buck slaps the top bun down on the veggie fortified burger stack. Only these clowns gossiping like a bunch of schoolgirls. Food's coming off the grill now, so I'd say you're right on time. Genso pumps his arm as though pulling a train whistle. Then let's get this train chugging. Every second the food's not going straight into my belly is a crime against humanity. I feel that though. I do feel that, like especially at like a grilling thing. You know, you're at a barbecue. It's like, bro, where's the food at? Just that's the only thing I care about. It's easy to forget about things in the presence of friends. And despite the fact that my reclusive urges continuously tug at me to escape back to the safe haven of my little apartment in Brookside, I have a good time. This only happens once a year, and I can handle it. Besides, despite some of their less desirable quirks, they are the only friends I've got. And so I clink cans, gorge myself on burgers and chips and ice cream cake. Fuck, bro, I love ice cream cake. Break up near arguments between Genzo and Orlam. Bounce Sadie on my knee. And generally act like a normal person that's not a complete and total mess of a human being. Hey, brother, hey, settle down, settle down. It's all good, you know, you'll figure it out. Once the sun sets and Bucks lights the mosquito lanterns, Hanar takes Sadie back inside and we spend another hour reliving stories from high school. Then even Bucks heads in, and just the four of us loitering around like Black Friday shoppers 6 hours before the stores open. Orlam's leaning back against the porch railing, looking up at the light-polluted sky. Genzo seated on the porch steps, pressing a lighter to the cigarette between his lips. And Gidget's looking pointedly at me from the other side of the picnic table. When I turn to start poking at one of the flag decorations adoring the nearby tree, she seems to take this as an invitation. So it is like, 4th of July probably. She wanders over. Hey, you. She got her hands folded in front of her. Thumb pads kissing. Long time no see. You're not the first to say that today, I say somewhat idiotically. What can we say? We miss you. She smiles. It's really nice to see you again. I spy a lightning bug flickering on and off by one of the lawn chairs. They'll be gone in a few weeks. Hibernating, I guess. Do lightning bugs hibernate? Good question. When I don't say anything, Gidget continues. I moved, you know. Yeah, that's what Buck said. Then comes the shame. Sorry, I was a bit of a no-show. She shakes her head. It's okay. You were busy, I'm sure. I'm not sure what else to say. So how's, Duncan? Probably a lot more going on there than down here. It's definitely a lot. How should I put it? Livelier? She laughs. Gidget laughs has always had this Gidget's laugh has always had this effervescent equality to it. I remember Orlam's comment from earlier. And you're doing fine, money-wise and all that? I'm working part-time as a waitress between gigs. It's enough to get by. And the gigs? Because that's the real question of the hour. Another laugh, but slightly less bubbly. Those are... well, they're starting to happen. I'm trying to get an agent. Been reaching out to a few places out in Dukan, since the occasional outreach on my own isn't getting me much, you know? Then again, I've never been all that great at marketing myself. An agent'll... what, get you more photo ops? I'm not actually sure myself. Basically, they'll be my marketing person. Look for shoots that suit me, and get my name out there. She pushes a lock of hair behind her ear and lets her gaze fall. So she's a photographer, I imagine? I scratch at my bare arm. It's growing chillier. The cicadas are out something awful too. I realize I should probably say something. Hmm. Do we wanna like double check? Like, I'm not sure. Cause we kind of don't seem to be in much communication with her, so I kind of want to see if she's really okay, or if, cause it seems like they're really in general just giving us like a semi, not negative per se response, and like a more positive response every time we do this. Are you sure things are okay? I'm just gonna ask, you know. I'm sure we've got probably some. I don't know if we can offer help at all. Are you sure things are okay? She doesn't say anything more. I bite the bullet and ask, "Are you you sure things are okay?" She gets that look like she can't believe I just asked that. Her right eyebrow goes up, her left goes down, and she grins just a little bit too widely. Of course, why'd you ask? Was gonna hurt you if you didn't pick up the second. Was gonna hurt you if you didn't pick up the second option? Okay, sure thing, Vubot. I don't know. It just seems like you're trying to do a whole lot on your own out there. I wanted to make sure you were staying above water. I glance over at Genzo on the stairs. The cigarette smoke is swirling above his head. Maybe it's because you're the only one of us who's left Landbrook. This feels like you're light years away somehow. Well, you don't need to worry. I always knew this path would be hard, but I've got the grit. She curls her hand into a fist, eyes bright. Besides, I've got my own personal cheerleader. How could I go wrong? This surprised me. Oh? Who? She smiles, laughs, starts playing with her hands. You, of course. I blink. No, right. Sure. One of those brown beetles that only seems to buzz around at night bounces off my nose. I duck backwards and flick it away. Damn things. I glare at it in the darkness. Gidget laughs, pauses. Iggy? She takes a step forward. Iggy, her phone buzzes in her pocket, loud. She must have hit on high setting. She seems to tense, then pulls it out and turns away. Her face goes bright in the light of the screen, but I can't make out the text. She's quiet as she reads. I decide to crack a joke, because I'm an idiot. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, fuck it. Let the fates decide. Quick time joke means flip coin. Heads. Who's that? Your boyfriend? If Gidget Fakes was dark before, it's absolutely grim now. She clicks her phone off, lowers it to her side, and stares at the grass. There's a hitch barely audible beneath her breath. Really clueless sometimes. My own smile falls. I have to go. She walks off without another word, grabbing her bag from the picnic table and making a beeline for the porch. Genzo looks up in confusion as she rushes by. Hey, wait, what did I say, huh? But clearly that boat has already sailed, whatever boat that was. Both Genzo and Orlem stare in my direction. Fuck. Wrong joke, missed the true ending. True ending my ass. And first of all, it was a flip of the coin. Second of all, our character might be Ace, so I'm not sure, you know, trying to get whatever the true ending may be would even involve becoming her boyfriend. Maybe, that's a maybe. I'm getting the inclination. Clearly I can't do anything right. I shuffle my feet wordlessly in the grass, then wander towards the stairs. Genzo pushes himself to his feet at the sound of my approach, waggling his cigarette up and down between his teeth. She left in a hurry. What happened? I run my hand through my hair. I really don't know. I don't really know. He spreads his arm. Iggy, what did you say? I didn't say anything. He purses his lips, taps the ash off his cigarette, smirks. Maybe that's the problem. You've always been pretty clueless. Weird, she said the same thing. Genzo brings his arm around my shoulder and gives me a shake. Sleep on it, maybe it'll come to you in a dream. When he exhales, the smell of smoke curls itself up and into my nostrils. And for some reason, this sparks on my memory. Oh, hey, about earlier. What, have you... when you spilled beer down to the front of your pants? Don't worry, we ain't kids anymore. No one thinks you pissed yourself. Except maybe your lamb, but he doesn't count. I laugh. The sound carries me to the next sentence. No, I mean, what Orlam said. That joke he made about the dead baby skin cells? Yeah, it set off my creepo-dar too. But then again, what doesn't these days, am I right or am I right? This rewards me with an elbow to the ribs. I mean, listen. I don't know what to say here. We got 3 options now. This is new. We can either just ... which I assume, you know, Gunzo's just trying to play it off, right? Second one. Orlam, yeah, I don't know if we should, you know. You like the bullying? That's true. I was thinking the same thing, like second option, like maybe. And then like never mind, nothing. It's like, hey, give Orlam a break, you know, like you two have been beefing since childhood. Please, just lay off a little. Give Orlam a break, would you? Maybe give Orlam a break, would you? I think back to the aura of animosity that had permeated in the air between them earlier. The guy's trying his best, same as us. Trying his best to be a douchebag, am I right or am I right? Genzo, I'm serious. Alright, jeesh. He takes a deep drag of his cigarette, lips pursed. Then finally, I guess I can be a little hard on him. I give his shoulder a pat. Thanks. Hey, for you, Weeks, anything. Don't be a stranger now, you hear? Sure thing, I toss back as I start up the porch steps. Orlam's perched on the railing at the top like some kind of vulture. His lips pulled wide in his usual off-kilter smile. A grown-ass man listening to what I said, listening to what Iggy said, okay? Let's not get it confused here. Iggy Maxwell, what did you do? Nothing. That didn't look like nothing. She looked pretty upset. I pressed my lips together. She had got a text or something. Guess it wasn't good. And you didn't console her? What a waste. I suppose that leaves it up to me to be her knight in shining armor. Go for it, I roll my eyes, then reach for my messenger bag, still hanging on the porch. It moves before my fingers can reach it. The slightest twitch. Almost as though someone brushed up against it. I pause, squint, tilt my head. Did you... I start and half turn towards Orlam. Did I what? Orlam snickers and swings his legs back and forth beneath the railing. Did you see that? You're gonna have to be more specific. I see a lot of things. Another snicker. I shake my head. Whatever. I reach again, this time looping my hand around the strap and tugging it off the post. For just a second, I swear I hear the faint sound of someone giggling. I need to get home. I'm starting to lose it. But there's still something I have to do first. Something's growing and complaining right smack in the middle of my gut. I tug open the screen door and step inside, avoiding the moths fluttering about by the overhead light. I can just vaguely remember the way to Buck's bathroom. A much-needed pee and a wash of my hands later, and I'm maneuvering back through the dark hallway to the porch door when Buck's voice makes me jump. Oh, is that the way it's going to be, isn't it? Glad you get to make all the rules. It starts soft, somewhat hushed, but toward the end, it's clear she's losing control of the volume. Oh, because it was my idea to buy a brand new grill when we're leaving, where we're having trouble making house payments. I'm not sure what kind of fantasy world you're living in, but grow up. They're coming from the other side of the room right now. A single line of light is painting shadows across the floor underfoot. I stop. Chew on the inside of my cheek. Instantly feel instantly feel guilty, but it's not enough to make me move. Ha! Fantasy world. In a fantasy world, I wouldn't be woken up every hour by a sound that makes me want to kill myself. Can't we fucking give her something? Give her something? And just what are you implying? Oh, come on, a little whiskey. She'd pass right out. You're out of your fucking mind if you think I'm going to let you feed my infant daughter whiskey. Oh, your infant daughter? Is it? And what am I, the fucking surrogate? Might as well be for how much you seem to care about her. This was the first time you were even around for dinner all week, and it was only because your friends were here. Who the fuck cares? It's not like she's gonna remember any of this. I care, Buxley. I'm not raising this baby myself. A pause. Oh, no you don't. You've already had plenty of drink tonight. Clearly not, because I'm still understanding the words coming out of your mouth. Buxley, Chris, do not walk out of this room. While I'm talking to you. Footsteps getting closer. My heart leaps up somewhere in the vicinity of my voice box, and I hot-foot it the rest of the way to the screen door, barely making it outside before I hear the doors inside get shoved open. Things are getting rather spicy. Just one sip of beer, please. This ain't good. This ain't nice. I don't like it when people argue like that, especially about their child. It takes a moment for the tension in my shoulders to release, and even then I can still hear my heart in my ears. Letting out the breath I hadn't even realized I've been holding, I glance up and see Orlam still on the railing, and that smile still on his face. Let's have a kid, then get a divorce, right? Like, I know kids can be like this is literally the reason why grandparents exist, is to help ease the tension. Like, humans need a decent family unit, and it's kind of already here, right? You got the mama and the papa, so we're already okay on that section. Can't they just, if they really need to cool off, right? And clearly, Buck, I'm gonna be honest, it seems like she needs a chill pill. Just take her over to the grandparents on the weekend, have a nice sleep, and maybe that'll help out, literally. this is a thing people do. This is pretty normal. So if it's really that big of a fucking issue, just go over to the grandparents, drop off the kid, take that weekend off, then things can go back to semi-normality. I'm assuming, though, maybe that's not an option. Maybe they have been doing that. We don't have enough context. A little old to be scared of the dark, aren't we? He laughs at his own joke. Every syllable is perfectly enunciated with an identical gap between each. Wow, we should put you in the game, Jello. Nah, me in the game would be wild. What would I even do? What would be my purpose? I'm awoken the next morning to the sound of Miss Donish rolling her trash bin down the driveway. There must be something stuck in one of the wheels, because with each rotation, the bin lurches upward and smacks heavily against the pavement. Roll, roll, smack. Roll, roll, smack. Something hollow bounces on the concrete, and the rolling stops. She picks up whatever it is up, tosses it back inside the bin. Roll, roll, smack. Roll, roll, smack. I groan and turn towards the wall, but even I know a return to sleep is futile. I give myself another 5 minutes, then push myself out of bed once she starts humming and scraping what sounds like a rake across the sidewalk. Where are we? that this is a thing that's happening. With the press of a button, I start percolacious, the heavenly percolations of my caffeine juice. Breakfast is the remaining dregs of my chocolate rice snappers, and once I'm adequately engorged with sugary sustenance, I drag myself to the bathroom and clean myself up. I do like the background here. Like the way it's painted. I don't know if have all the I think the other ones were also like that. This is kind of nice actually. This is very nice. I like it. I like it. Just the texture of it. I look awful. But then again, when don't I? I take a finger around the corner of my mouth and pull my lip back to observe the damage to my back filing. It's definitely gonna pop out soon. Goddamn dentist. It, of course, has nothing to do with the fact that I never got my wisdom teeth out despite the constant recommendations. Who has time for that? I let my lip flop back into place and take to my teeth with the toothbrush. Once the chocolate has varnished from my breath, I splash a little water on my face, slap my cheeks with the to get the blood flowing, then wander back to grab my coffee and man my usual spot at the desk. Okay, so we're back home. I assume, back to our apartment. And who the hell eats stuff before they brush their teeth? That sounds nasty. Hella nasty. I don't like that. Oh, they got one of these. One of those all-in-ones type of computers where it's like instead of having, or at least I think that's the case, because I know the matriarch bought one she never used, and then it was slow as hell because it was like old as hell, and we just kind of scrapped it. But it was where I got my little Logitech mouse from, so not a bad purchase, I guess. But it's one of those computers where like everything's on the inside of it, and it's kind of like a laptop, but like not really, because you can't take it everywhere as easily. It's just meant to be placed on your desk, and you don't have to worry about having separate PC. Kind of cool conceptually, but then you realize you can't really upgrade it or nothing, so it's like meh. It's kind of sucks actually. You may as well just get a laptop. The computer screen crackles to life, and I massage my temples as I wait for it to finish booting. I'll probably have a headache by the end of the day. I always do after I drink, and it doesn't help that I'll have to put in extra hours to make up for the work I didn't do yesterday. Your parents still use those? They can run flash games at least? True. At the very least, we still have flash games. Whatever. I snap my headphones over my ears, pull my knees to my chest, and pop my text editor and get to work. The 3 cups of coffee, 1 granola bar, and 2 adjustments of my legs later, and I've reached my groove. I nod my head to the music as my fingers dance sporadic rhythms across the keys. Real question, can you even hear what's going on in the background? Like the like the slight music and the phone buzzing? Like how loud is my voice? Because I don't want my voice to be too loud. I'm so focused I don't even notice my phone buzzing until it's right about to switch over to voicemail. The green phone icon catches my eye and I instinctively snap my hand toward it, only for the tips of my knuckle to graze the handle of my coffee cup, send it and the last of the few sips of my coffee toward the carpet. Every nerve in my body think a phone is supposed to be kind of quiet. Yeah, but it's the music also quiet, because there's also music playing. It's quiet on my end, but I just want to make sure it's not too quiet on your guys' end. That's the important part. Every nerve in my body reacts at once. I leap from my chair to grab it. Oh, now it's loud. Only to jerk my headphone cord out of its jack in the process and promptly blast the dance-worthy beats of my electro swing through the entire apartment. A little too quiet? Okay. This was... Ooh, that's what... that was coming from the headphones, I guess it was. This about sends my heart into overdrive, and with a panic twist, I reach back for it. For who knows what at this point. But my flying hand hits the back of the chair and my feet pretzel beneath me, and we both go down. My head hits the soggy carpet just as my phone gives one last zealous buzz, vibrating itself straight off the desk and onto my chest. I pick it up just as it beeps to tell me I have a new message. For fuck's sake. I'm 3 heart attacks past giving a damn at this point, but the name on the caller ID says it's Hanar, and given that I don't think he's ever called me before, I know it must be important. I click the music off and jab the radio button, balancing the phone between my ear and shoulder as I set the blotting carpet with paper tower wads. Wait a sec, where the fuck is Wonderland? What happened? We're not there yet. We remember they were kids at a woods in this town, and they did the thing there. So we're not there yet, wherever there is. I assume it's like some local forest. The phone rings twice, then connects. Hey, sorry I missed your call. What's up? The paper towels are soaked by this point. But the sound that comes through the receiver isn't what I expected. Sobs, harried sniffles, a cough. Hanar, he's crying. Iggy. I paused in my carpet cleaning ministration. Hanar, what's wrong? It's Bucks. She's gone. I don't know where or what. A hiccup. What happened? I woke up this morning and she's gone. There was no note, nothing. This starts a fresh wave of sobs. Iggy, she took Sadie. Both of them, they're just gone. I've called and I've called and I've called. I silently fall back onto my rear and, forgetting about the coffee. You sure she didn't say anything last night? Or what about an appointment? Anything in the calendar? Maybe you just forgot. Hanar's voice shakes. There's nothing. I would have known, and besides, the car is still in the garage. He pauses, and I can hear him swallow. Iggy, I'm scared. You haven't heard from her, have you? Or did she say anything last night? Anything strange? I run a hand through my hair. I haven't heard from her since last night. She seemed normal, I guess. I don't know. Nothing stood out to me. Except for the fight, but what would be the point of mentioning that? I've already reached out to everyone else. No one's heard from her. It's been hours now. I don't know what to do. Fuck. Keep trying her. It's probably just, Bucks. She probably just forgot to tell you about something. Or hey, maybe she wanted to surprise you. I don't know. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's perfectly reasonable explanation for it. Another sniff. The line is quiet for a moment. Then, soft as a whisper. Yeah. It'll be fine, okay? Just keep trying her. Yeah. The line goes dead. I blink. Hanar? But there's no response. He must have hung up. I hold my phone out, and as I thought, it might contain some sort of answer. But my only reward is the colorful laser light show that's the default wallpaper I've never changed. Damn it, Bucks. I sigh and toss the phone back to the desk, then sit back to the waterlogged carpet. Even back in high school, Bucks had been known to throw temper tantrums in, so it honestly wouldn't surprise me if that's what's going on right now. But she's a fucking adult. What Hanar said last night is true. She needs to grow up. I look down at the stain on the carpet, at my messy desk, at the laundry strewn on the floor, at my bowl on the counter with the milky cereal remnants stuck to the inside. Alright, so I'm not the perfect example of adulthood, but at least the only victim is myself. Bucks has people that depend on her, that need her. I carry the soggy paper wads to the trash and can and drop them on top of yesterday's empty fruit snack box. Coffee dribbles across the mouth of the cracks decorating its front like the blood of their latest skill. Not about to let this incident distract me from my work any longer. I migrate back to the desk and snap my headphones back into place. There's still work to do. With one last glance at my silent phone, I give my cheeks a slap and drive back into the function I'd been 3/4 of the way through finishing. Time to focus. I don't know if now is the time to focus when your your friend's husband starts calling you that the baby and the friend you have are gone. Just saying. And I don't hear anything else from Hanar for the rest of the day. To be honest, I kind of forgot about him and Bucks. I put in a few more hours of work, get hungry, order myself beef and broccoli from the little Chinese place a few blocks over, get distracted watching videos online, work a bit more, decide that's enough for the day and hack away at my game for an hour or three. Wife took the kids, literally. And by the time my eyes are starting to droop, which means it's time to retreat to bed, and by that time, my eyes are starting to droop, which means it's time to retreat to bed. Repeat my morning cleansing routine. Read for a while under the comfort of my covers. I don't think about Hanar and Bucks again until I turn off my bedside lamp. And by that point, I'm so tired that it isn't more than a passing thought as I bury my head in my pillows. I'm sure it's fine. I'll call tomorrow. I dreamed that night. I'm in the woods and someone's calling me. I chase after the voice in the darkness, but every time I think I'm getting close, it comes from a different direction. Iggy. I run faster, the branches whipping at my face and the roots underfoot threatening to send me stumbling into the dirt. Where are you, Iggy? I run and I run and I run. Run until I can't breathe and fall onto my knees. The darkness is closing in. I feel something on the back of my neck. Iggy. Only this time, it's the voice of a child. Please kill me, Iggy. I gasp and sit up. Only now I'm back in my bed, and the sun is reflecting off the window straight into my eyes. I groan, my heart's still thudding away inside my chest. I wait a few minutes for my sense of reality to return before shaking my head and climbing out of bed. It's late, far later than I usually wake up, and as I'm taking my first sip of coffee, I remember Hanar. A worry bubbles up somewhere around my diaphragm. I should call. His number's still the last one in my recent calls, and it's only there. It only takes seconds before the phone is ringing, but it cuts to a voicemail after the 5th ring. Damn. I gnaw at the inside of my cheek. The bubbles of worry are starting to turn into froth. Maybe I try someone else? I pull up my contacts. Who should I call? Gidget's like too far away. Orlam is, I assume, willing to pull up? Maybe, but you know. I mean, everybody would be at work. Genzo seems the most I'm willing to help. Don't remember any of their names. Genzo is the guy with the cane. Iggy is us. Gidget is the girl who probably has a crush on Iggy. Or has had one for quite a long while, I assume. And Orlam is the creepy dude. Genzo? He seems the most trustworthy, to be honest. He is like... this is gonna be... How do I want to pull him out of work, you know? I'm fine with your pick, though. I don't know if I trust Orlam with something like this. I'm gonna be honest. Either way, I just... And Genzo's the closest. But at the same time, he's a potentially... Not... and I'm saying this respectfully. I don't know how Genzo's gonna help. How can Genzo help? Realistically, he's a guy who's walking around with a cane. Like, I don't know how he'll help, although I'm sure he'd be the most willing, probably. Gidget's probably also willing, but she's got her own things going on. You got something against blind people? No, I just said that. I didn't mean it that way. Don't act Twitch, you fool. I just mean pragmatically. You're gonna get me in trouble. Like I said, Gidget is off like a good while away, probably at work or trying to do stuff. So even if we did call her, it'd take a while for her to get to, you know, Hanar and Buck's place. I kind of want to call Orlam. I don't know. I know it's Orlam's kind of a dick, and he's kind of odd, but like, he's probably the only person. What if the person you pick gets you killed? I don't know. We're just making the call. We're just making the call. All right, let's just make the call. I'm calling Orlam. He's not my usually my first choice, but maybe he knows something. He does somehow seem to know everything about everyone. I pressed the button next to Orlam's name and rang the phone to my ears. One ring, two rings. I frown and as it starts on its third ring. When it finally cuts to voicemail, I jab the end button with a frustrated slap of my thumb. Where's your three-sided coin? I don't have one. Where is everyone? I bring my contacts back up. Now who? Probably Genzo. Please let him answer. I just need someone to answer. He's the only one in town, right? Because from what he said, me, as in Iggy, Genzo, and Buck, and, you know, him, are all in the same town, so third ring, thank fucking God. Iggy, isn't this a rare treat? You calling me? You calling me? And what can I do you for, my sib from another crib? Did Hanar call you? The line goes quiet. Then finally, yeah, he did. Yeah. Buck's still gone, isn't she? He said he was gonna get the cops involved if she wasn't back by this morning. The fuck is wrong with her, Jen? My voice cracks. Why would she just leave like that? And to take the kid? I can almost see Genzo wincing on the other end. Things haven't exactly been great with them for a while. He paused. This isn't the first time something like this has happened either. What? But I bring a hand to my forehead, fingers forging dents in the skin. I need to sit down. I tug one of the stools out from under the counter and slump. Why haven't I heard about this? Well, you haven't exactly been around? This gives me pause. As much as I hate to admit it, it's true. I rub my tongue against the back of my top teeth. How long has this been going on? Honestly, I was already noticing things not long after their wedding, but they've been getting worse recently. I suppose because of the baby. I rest my elbows on the counter, my hand going to my hair. For fuck's sakes. The wedding. I remember the wedding. All too well, actually. Oof. Okay, things really aren't going well. I pray to the gods that they didn't do what some people do, which is go like, hey, we're having troubles in our marriage because honeymoon phase is over. How about we have a baby? That'll make things, like, work out in the end. And it's like, no, bro, having a baby is, like, more complications. You need to be in a strong relationship for that to work well, because having a baby is stressful. So if your relationship is already wonky, you shouldn't be having a baby to try and fix it. That's not how that works. I can't do it, Iggy. I just can't. What do you mean you can't? You love him, don't you? Yes, of course. I mean, I think I do, but it's like, is this what I want? What if it isn't? My parents were the ones always pushing me to get married. Sin against Jesus and all if I don't, you know? But fuck, I don't think I've ever been this scared before. I found Bugs hiding in one of the stalls in the bathroom. They thought it would be hilarious if Bucks wore a suit and Hanar wore a dress. Reminded them of their first high school dance or something. But not that I would know, I never went to any of the dances. At any rate, she'd been wearing that classy suit, decked out to the nines, hair slicked back. Though when I found her, it been a different story. Bow tie rested loose, button popped, collar must? I don't know. And her knee had been bouncing like a fucking grasshopper. But you already said yes, and now everyone's families are waiting out there, waiting for you. You know what it would do to him? You know what to do, what? Let me reread that. It's waiting for you. You know what it would do to him? Okay, yep, that's what I said. Buck swipes her forehead. But what if I'm not the woman he thinks I am? What if I'm not cut out for this? I mean, you know me. I'm not fucking wife material. I'm a free spirit. I roll my eyes. Free spirit my ass. Bucks, you've talked about wanting a family since high school. Only 'cause that's what I thought I wanted. Because that's what my parents always told me I had to do. But maybe that's not really who I am. What if I end up breaking his heart? You'll break his heart if you don't go out there and say I do, Bucks. God, the way he lights up whenever he looks at you. You're his whole world. You have been since high school. And all of us, we all know it. Been a little jealous too, to be honest. I mean, how often do you find someone that loves you that much? Yeah, I guess. Buck stands up, walks over to the mirror. I can see beads of sweat all across her neck. Hanar needs you, Bucks. And you need him. If you don't go out there today, you're gonna regret it for the rest of your life. Yeah, you're right. She brings her hands to her head. You're right. Tend to her collar. I just got a little claustrophobic earlier. She gestures to the loose ends of her bow tie. And now it's all fucked. Fuck. She starts tugging at her collar, musing the already wrinkled fabric even more. Hey, stop it. I grab her hands. Don't worry, I got it. I soothe over her collar and get to work on the tie. Thanks, Iggy. Hey, what are friends for, huh? Iggs, you there? Oh man, so really... This is, yeah, not great. I mean, I'm not saying that, like, people getting hella nervy at such a big event isn't the most uncommon thing. It happens, right? But now that we're given, like, that kind of context and that she's like, well, I've only, like, she's now thinking that, because, parents do that, especially if your parents are more religious and whatnot, and it's like, oh, when are you gonna have a family? That's like normal parent things. That's what your parents are meant to do. If you don't got your parents telling you to like asking when are you gonna have kids, no, like I don't know, man. I don't think your parents are being the most parenty. But that's their job. They're supposed to nag you your entire life about that kind of stuff. So I guess I understand a little bit, why she may be stressed out. Now she's like thinking, well, at least at that point in time, she's like mind boggled by it. She's like, I don't know, what if I only want it because I was told to want it and this and that? And it's like, and that can be partially true, but you could be told you could be told to want something because it's good and then learn that you still want it, even if you were not told to want it. Like, I guess it really depends. It depends on what exactly she means by, her parents constantly kind of bickering about, not bickering, but, telling her about it. Still a tough situation all around, not boding well for the marriage. The voice on the receiver snaps me out of it, and I jerk away from the countertop. Sorry, just thinking. And an uneasy feeling of guilt is playing cat's cradle against my ribs. Damn, fuck. Why couldn't I have noticed something sooner? Hey, it wouldn't have helped any, trust me. Besides, we all need our space. Don't beat yourself over it. Don't beat yourself up over it. Is there anything we can do to help now? I've already tried calling Bucks myself, but had the same luck as Hanar. My guess is she'll be back soon. She's never been gone more than a day or so. She'll cool off and come back, and we'll put this behind us. For now, at least. Yeah. The line goes quiet. I imagine Gonzo on the other side. What's he doing now? Is he at his shop? Home? Has he been worrying about Hanar and Bucks this whole time while I've been working and playing and sleeping like the shit friend I am? I rub my eyes. Anyway, I should get back to work. Let me know if you hear anything. Will do. A pause. Random, but you didn't have trouble sleeping last night, did you? Why do you ask? Just had some weird dreams last, is all. Can't shake 'em. Anyways, whatever. I'll call you later. I'll talk. Uh, I'll. I'll talk to you later. Yeah. Later. I put the phone down on the counter with a sigh and curl my fingers into my hair. My insides feel like a twisted knot. I stare at the streak of oil my cheek left behind on the phone screen until my vision blurs. What? I stare at the streak of oil my cheek left behind on the phone. Okay, yeah, I see. I'll talk to her later. Ban me, Gelato. I mean, listen. You're pushing it, pal. You're pushing it. You hear me? Shush. That confused me a bit, but I forgot that skin oil is a thing. I try to focus, to concentrate on my work. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, Iggy did have a dream, and so did Gonzo. I imagine the other four as a whole also had dreams. Maybe the dreams are the reason as to why maybe Bucks just woke up and, like, from the dreams, and whatever her end of the dreams were, maybe they just freaked her out. Still, it doesn't explain the whole taking a baby and, taking her kid and just kind of leaving. It's a little worrying. I try to focus, to concentrate on my work. When that fails, I switch over to my game, but even that can't distract my thoughts enough to assuage the gurgle of unease turning my bowels into a butterfly sanctuary. Dinner eludes me as well, my appetite only coming in short bursts that see me reaching for the half-eaten snacks in my pantry. Probably saw some crazy shit in her dream. Yeah, I mean, she already was having trouble sleeping, like, we know that much, and, well, I just hope it wasn't. I just hope the bebe is fine, that she hasn't done anything crazy or stupid. I'm concerned about her as well. I'm concerned about everybody involved. I don't hear from Hanar for the rest of the day, nor Bucks, nor Genzo, nor anyone for that matter. The normal serenity of solitude has morphed into a feeling of anxious isolation, and I find myself reaching more than once towards my phone to ensure I hadn't missed a call or text. Night falls, along with my motivation. I'm past the point of even trying to divert my attention. I sit at the window and watch Miss Donish make her third trip to the mailbox that day, then retreat to my bed, figuring I'll play some music and try to relax, get an early night's sleep. Tomorrow should have some answers. But even my normal beats only serve to make my nerves dance in different patterns. I cover my head with my pillow, lie with my feet at the head of the bed, move to the floor, move to the chair in the living room. Maybe I should take a walk. Somehow the cool air sounds tempting. The apartment feels absolutely stifling us all of a sudden. I grab my keys and shoes and step outside, the breeze playing with my curls as I start down the sidewalk. My steps are disguised by the hum of the cicadas, the lightning bugs dance across the yards, and the moths flutter about the streetlights. Each new sweep of the breeze and sends the tree's leaves into quivering staccato, like hushed whispers taunting me with their secrets. I pass from one street to the next, leaving Brookside behind, past the little downtown and towards the development to the north. Fewer houses here, closer to my folks' old house, just south of the outcropping of woods that somehow hadn't been built over even after all these years. My palms tingle. A a pinprick like scratching that jumps from one nerve end to the next and makes my fingers twitch. I curl my arms around my chest in an effort to dull the growing spark. Why did I walk all the way out here? A quick lap around the block would have sufficed, but no, I had to come here. I stop in the middle of the sidewalk. There's a gap between the houses, an empty lot of grass tufts and dandelions. My gaze goes towards the shadow of the woods beyond. It's quiet. Still, there aren't even any lightning bugs anymore. My feet turn toward the lot before I can stop them, and soon I'm tromping across the uneven track. I stop at the threshold between light and dark, one hand up to trace the bark of the nearest tree. What am I doing? My whole arm is throbbing now, as though 1,000 tiny insects are biting and jabbing and gnawing at at the skin. I glance back at the lot and the sidewalk and the street lights in the distance, the neighboring houses with their darkened windows. Then return my gaze to the shadow between the trees, a littling wisp of wind curling around my ankles and tussling the leaves underfoot. I take a step forward. A branch snaps not more than a few feet away. My heart leaps into my throat, and I throw my arms up with a squawk. Who's there? Cripes in a handbag, about scared the bejesus out of me. I'm not gonna pronounce that correctly. A pause. Wait, Iggs, is that you? I lowered my arms, then squint as a shadow moves away from a nearby tree. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing. I scratched the back of my neck, all of a sudden feeling terribly awkward. I was just taking a walk. Same? Couldn't sleep? Nah. We grow quiet. I wonder if Genzo had the same urge to... Oh. Dropping the... Earth stuff. Okay, it's going back up. Let me reread that then. I wonder if Genzo had the same urge to get out of the house as I had. So, my heart is finally starting to calm. Yeah? You were, going there, weren't you? I mean, I wasn't really thinking about it. Me neither. I pause. You don't think... I don't know. Guess we won't know if we don't check. Yeah. An owl hoots from somewhere in the darkness. Let's go then. Lead the way. I throw a final glance at the black void between the trees, then step inside. The air instantly cools. It's a damp chill, the kind that sticks to your skin and weighs down your chest. I pressed forward through the scattered brush, using my hands to keep from walking face first into a tree. I can hear Ganzo's cane whipping through the grass and snapping against the bark behind me. There's an eerie way my body remembers which direction to go, even after this long, even in this pitch-black nothingness. Though, perhaps it's not memory at all. Memory wouldn't tug at my arm. Memory wouldn't tweak the direction of my toes with every step, leading me further and further into the spongy blackness where all I can hear is my own heartbeat echoing off my ribcage. I reach forward, seeking out the bark of the next tree, only this time, my fingers touch the jagged edges. It sends a spark all the way up my arm and into the back of my throat. I stop, Gonzo's cane whaps against my ankles and he stops also. Hole, the hole is calling? Actually, never mind. The only hole there may be calling is the tree hole. The hole of trees. Hopefully it's not gonna lead us to death and destruction. Hopefully. What am I doing? Sorry, I'm just like looking at my phone real quick. Putting that there. We here? Yeah, I answered before I even had a chance to check, because I know. How could I not? Put the phone down! Play! I am playing! I am! The biggest tree in the forest. Its base like a giant boulder choked with winding roots. I let my fingers trace across its surface as I circled around, careful not to trip on the gnarled outgrowths. Halfway around, my hand hits air, and I come to a halt. The familiar edges are there, the rounded gap in the side, the hollow echo of stagnant air, the far-off scent of something sweet. And it's open. I take a step back and hear Gonzo approach. Jesus. My whole body is crackling with energy now. Even the breeze seems to have shifted. Everything moving toward that hole in the side of the tree. When was the last time? Genzo's voice is a whisper. I don't know. I don't remember. Only I do remember. I'd been 16 and had gotten into another stupid fight with my parents and had run out of the house, run to the woods. I'd cut my hand again and again until the blood ran rivers down my arm, but no matter how much I'd cry, how much I'd beg, the door remained shut. It had already closed for me, but now it's open. Open again. And waiting. Waiting for us? I throw a glance at Genzo, and I can just make out through the darkness. He got a hand curled up under his hat, nails scratching at his cap. Some part of me always thought it was a dream, you know? He starts softly. Like, you know how you always look back on the good old days wishing you could go back to simpler times? But actually, those times sucked just as much as they do now? Something my brain made up to torture the current me? Probably didn't help that we never talked about it after it closed, the elephant in the room and all that. Until we forgot, or until we forgot to even forget. And by then, you don't want to be the one to bring it up in case someone says you're crazy. The hole is staring at us, somehow even darker and inkier than the surrounding shadow. A void within a void. Yeah, because they did say in the book that only kids can enter. So it makes sense that Iggy as a teenager came out here, tried to go in, couldn't. But it does confirm that like the door is there, the door is real. And now it's open. And an infant is missing. And the only way to enter is with the blood of a child. So, you know, I'm a little worried. A little more than worried. The void is staring at us, somehow even darker and even inkier than the surrounding shadow. A void within a void. But it was real, all of it, I finally whispered. Jesus, Genzo says again. For just a moment, I'm back in the circle. The book in my lap, Genzo, Gidget, Orlam, and Bucks all staring at me. Wonderland had welcomed us, a world just for us, where all our dreams could come true. I don't even talk the blood of a child shit. Yeah, GG's though. You don't even think about you didn't even think about that, did you? I didn't forget about it, but like, I was refreshed with the whole little explanation of like Iggy going to the woods as a teenager and trying again. I don't know if the book would. I mean, I guess maybe that's just how the magic works. It does not work once you're not a child anymore, and that's taken quite literally. where it's like, oh, you're a teenager now? Well, you're not a kid anymore, so can't enter. But we're no longer kids. I lick my lips, scratch my arm. Something feels wrong. Should we go in? My voice hisses. Even my vocal cords have reverted back to my prepubescent days. Somehow I feel like we don't have much choice. I move forward towards the hole, popping a squat among the weeds. There's that scent again. Soft, sweet, like the tempting aroma of a candy store. It curls up inside my nostrils. I grab the rounded edges and peek inside, leaning forward on my toes. We're sure it's not just some possum hole? Wouldn't that be wouldn't that be hilarious? Genzo from behind. I can't tell if he's joking. I turn my head to look, but whack my forehead on the top edge and lose my balance. Damn, that's crazy. It's 2018. I'm gonna play Fortnite. Shut up. Why do you keep bringing up Fortnite every time? You and Fortnite. If you like Fortnite so much, get married to it. I land with a bruise-inducing thud on my shins and let out a string of four-lettered words. For just a moment, I'm a teeter-totter, swaying back and forth atop the bottom edge. Then my forward ways wins, and I tilt further, and topple straight into the hole. The darkness swallows me. I'm falling. And the wind whips my hair, my shirt, summoning water to my eyes. My stomach feels like it's been sucked up straight into my bowels. On and on and on and on. Complete nothingness surrounds me, consuming me. And at some point, I go completely weightless. Am I still falling? I can't tell. My arms are pieces of floppy spaghetti and undulating in invisible waves. My heart is the meatball, and my feet still there? There's a strange tingly vacuum where my legs should be. Maybe I'm dead. Maybe that really was a possum hole and I fell smack into the bottom and hit my neck and now I'm in a coma. Something presses against my chest. I freak out for a minute until I realize it's my own hand. I'm falling. I'm suspended. I'm floating. I'm everything all at once. Iggy. I open my eyes. Or do I close them? The world around me is as dark as the one inside my eyelids. What do you want, Iggy? What do I want? What do you wish for more than anything else in the world? I don't know. How am I supposed to answer that? I don't know what I want. I don't want anything. My fingers are starting to tingle. First tiny nibbles of numbness, then building into increasing saps of electricity. Up my arms they go, growing and growing into my chest, into my stomach, shooting down into my legs. And loud, so loud, I can't hear, can't think. Just when I think I can't take it anymore, my mind goes blank. Iggy? There's something soft below me. A furry warmth curled up and nestled against my back like an oversized lumber pillow. Iggy? I'm not in the bed, am I? I don't remember my bed being quite this soft or lumpy. I moved my lips against each other with a groan of displeasure and tried to turn over the over before the tendrils of consciousness can fully claim me. Like, I am thinking the same. For fuck's sake, Iggy, you're gonna get yourself buried in there. My eyes snap open. This isn't my bed. This isn't my room. And these certainly aren't my stuffed animals. My hundreds of thousands of stuffed animals. The piles of them has overtaken the entire corner of the room, almost like someone spilled a gigantic box of them and through a hole in the roof. A very, very high hole in the roof. And I stared up at that same hole now, dark and endless and leading who knows how many miles back up to that circular gap in the trees I'm only just now remembering falling through. I blink in silence until an orange-capped head overtakes my view. You finally awake there, Sleeping Beauty? Genzo, the hole. We fell through the hole. Very good, Iggy. We did fall through the hole. You can see. I don't think he's like literally blind. I think it's like he's nearsighted. That's what I was trying to explain earlier. Like because he works at a shop. He can clearly like. I'm not saying that a blind person can't work at like a auto shop or something, but it's a lot easier to do that when you can still see stuff to some extent. I think he's just like nearsighted to a degree that's enough for him to, you know, have a cane. Because I know a person that's like that, where they're not blind in the literal, like, in the most literal definition, but they're, like, blind enough that they, you know, they can't drive, need to walk around with a cane, that kind of stuff. Genzo takes my hand, even as I'm trying to gesture up the ceiling in dazed confusion. He pulls me to my feet. You get it? You get it. Okay. And now we're at the bottom of the hole, because that's what happens when you fall down a hole. I pat my head, my cheeks, my waist, the size of my leg. Then my gaze wanders to the rest of the room, to the warm grain of the hardwood floor, to the rounded windows, to the crackling fire with nearby stove, kettle already on the boiler. In the middle of the room stands a small table with 5 even smaller chairs, half-eaten cookies, cakes, and sweets littered its checkered cloth. Genzo whistles between his teeth. We really. The sound snaps me out of my wonderment, and I turn back to Genzo, whose index finger is currently massaging his lower lip. I only realize at the moment that he's not wearing his sunglasses. Genzo, where? Stop. I stop. Because Genzo has turned to look at me. Actually at me. Something that hasn't happened in years. My eyes go so wide, it's a miracle they didn't pop straight out of my skull. Genzo, you... Yeah. Fuck, It asked me what I wanted. I wasn't gonna lie. I nod on my top... Okay, so maybe he is blind. Either or, because we know he could see when he was like a kid. So like, maybe he just like... I mean, he wished for his eyesight back. We wished for nothing. Iggy wished for nothing, so I assume... Okay, this is... If anybody has fallen down here as well, I can see where the whole our wishes aren't so innocent anymore thing can go very wrong. Interesting. So he wished to see, and he can see, and Iggy wished for nothing, and so I don't know how that's gonna turn into a reality. Cured his blindness. We should all jump down and wish for Silk Song. Maybe we should. We should find a soul, just go in there. Give us Silk Song, please! I'm begging! I gnaw on my top lip. I can't stop staring. A twinge of guilt tugs somewhere around my diaphragm. The same twinge I'd selfishly tried to bury deep into the recess of my chest long ago. Genzo scowls and jerks his head away. Would you fucking stop that? It's not like this is permanent. Yeah, but still. You mean you're not even at all Oh yeah, I had my obligatory weeping moment. Stared at you all awkward like while you slept as appro- appropriately heartfelt music played in the background. Someone should put that video on YouTube. We would have gone viral. But fuck that, I'm not gonna let myself get separated from reality. And I'm sure as hell not staying down here any longer than we need to. This is wrong. All of it. We're not supposed to be here. I finally pulled my gaze away, attention returning to our quaint surroundings and nostalgic smell of spice curling up inside my nasal cavity. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Somehow, I don't know. It's like looking behind the curtains at something we're not supposed to see. And I close my eyes, and for just a moment, the empty hole in front of me is full. Now, 5 of us sitting here, gorging ourselves on cookies and sweets. Chubby fingers reaching for fistfuls of cake, laughing about the wishes we thought we'd made that day. Everything from a new puppy to a spaceship to sail around the moon. I remember the one time I'd wished I could talk to animals. That had been a treat. Now, however, the laughter is gone, and all that's left are the deserted crumbles of childish innocence spilling in unreadable patterns across the floor. I will say though, Iggy, you turned out exactly how I always pictured in my mind. Genzo puts his hands on his hips. I, like an idiot, let the follies of sentiment soften the rigid creases of my heart. Oh, how's that? Like a loser. You fucker. You fucker. You fucker. I jump at him before I can stop myself, hands grabbing at the collar of his jacket. He laughs. Then, just as quickly as I'd come rushing over, throws me down and pins me to the floor. My head rings from the impact. Damn, I haven't been able to do that in a while. Genzo grins, goes from ear to ear. I push fruitlessly against his shoulders until he rolls off with a laugh. Oh hey, Mr. Fanny Pants. I sit back up with a grunt and toss a glance at Genzo's discovery. He holds a stuffed purple elephant, with buttons for eyes and a pair of jello-striped pants. Its trunk sags at one side of its face like a limb. Well, one can probably guess, until Genzo gives it a flick and sends it to the other side. He was always my favorite. You had a lot of favorites, if I remember correctly. What can I say? I have a lot of love to give. And I push myself back to my feet, wiping the dust off my pants. We should look for Bucks. You really think she's here? Genzo places my Mr. Fanny Pants carefully atop one of the chairs. No. Yes? I don't know. None of this makes sense, but clearly something was calling us here, otherwise the door wouldn't have been open. You think it called all of us then? This gives me pause. I think of Gidget, or Lamb. If Genzo and I both came, if Bucks is indeed already here, my gaze wanders to the window and the world beyond. My lips part. But before any words can form, the sound of footsteps interrupts my thoughts. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. I am back. Sorry that took a little while. I just had to get myself more water as well as a little snacky here. A little bit of munchy muncher to get myself my hands on because I was feeling my tummy grumble. So yeah, you might just hear me chewing on some wheat thins every now and again. Now I'm gonna have to deal with that sort of being stuck in my teeth. A little annoying, but it is what it is. I think I'll go on for like an extra hour today. Just to get 4 hours of this done, because I'm pretty sure the story is pretty long as well. So a relatively long one. So we'll be here a while. Goldfish are ass. I don't like goldfish. Like, they're okay, but compared to wheat thins, come on. Let's not even play games. Let's not even play games. Before any words can be formed, the sound of footsteps interrupt my thoughts. Heavy, marsh-like, again and again, steady and methodical. I throw a glance at Genzo, then dash towards the window. Genzo follows suit, and both of us have our fingers on the sill and our heads squeezed inside the rounded frame, eyes seeking out the source of the sound. If you end while things are getting interesting, I'm not jumping through my screen and hitting you. They come 2 by 2, boots bruising the dirt, long ears bouncing left and right, left, right, left. First 2 with the white armor tipped First 2 with white armor tipped red, second 2 tipped black, and on, all with wide shoulders, heaving and iron spears swinging in sync. They round the curve of the well-trimmed path, kicking up dust with each synchronous step. Are those the rabbits? Genzo's voice is hushed despite the glass separating us from the small battalion. My insides twist uncomfortably. I think so? I can see them in my mind, gangly and awkward, but sweet and doting as they watch over us, patient and curious with each new treasure we'd show them or game we'd wanted to play. They'd been our protectors, our friends, but now their soft fur is frazzled and splotchy. Their graceful ears are ripped and torn, and their eyes twist back and forth in their sockets, twitchy and jumpy. They march with purpose, red, black, until the rabbit in the lead comes to an abrupt halt, those behind him barely able to stop in time. His ears are standing up straight, the lightning rods biting a storm, and his nose twitches once, twice, 3 times. He spins around. The rabbits behind him jump in gawkish salutes. The lead rabbit twists his head left and right. The way he moves is unnatural, so quickly and erratically, it's like watching a TV started from one frame to the next. The tufts of frayed fur on his cheeks shudder with each hair-triggered contortion of his neck. Where is he? Where is he? The high-pitched squawk rattles the window pane. The other rabbits seem confused. They remain quiet, simply wrenching their heads back and forth in search of some unknown entity. Another squawk from the lead rabbit. I have expected to see puffs of steam blowing from his crooked ears. Sentry 218, you overgrown rodent! This prompts an about-face from the soldier on the battalion, who quickly spins on their heels to face the single rabbit at the back, and the only one without a partner. The rabbit in confusion flinches and steps back. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact of the lead rabbit's boots on the hard earth makes the walls of our small cottage shake as he storms at the back of the ranks. His next words are screeched less than an inch from the lone soldier's fidgeting nose. I thought I told you to keep that buck in line, sentry. A pause. He grabs the other rabbit's ears, half yanking it out of his skull in order to read what looks like some sort of metal tag affixed to the mangled cartridge. 104. He lets go of the ear, and 104's head jolts backwards. So tell me then, where is 218? 104 has his head so low his face is half hidden inside the plate of armor. I don't know, sir. Told me he has to take a pisser. I tried to stop him, but he said it was urgent. He promised he'd be right back. The lead rabbit jerks forward and grabs 104 spears. Ears like crooked antennae protruding from his head, he waggles its tip in front of the cowering rabbit. His entire body twitches between each erratic flick. If I let every one of you untrained logomorphs take a look at me whenever you so much as spritz your linens, we wouldn't even make it halfway around the kingdom. Do you want to be the one to report to the king that our daily patrol was held on account of you nitwits' urinary inconvenience? I think not. I'm sorry, sir. The lead rabbit's face has gone red. The next time someone so much as mentions needing to relieve themselves, he raised a spear above his head. I want you down on your knees saying, let. The head of the spear descends, clocking 104 right between the ears. Me, and again right on the same spot. Help! Another jerk upward, another jerk downward. This time eliciting the audible crack from the bone. Stop, sir! But he doesn't stop. Not even after his verbal tirade is over. I don't think they're gonna be kissing anytime soon, but I don't think so. 104 brings his hands up, but the spear swings past him easily, again and again and again, cracking against the same spot. 104 drops to his knees, and the next hit dents his skull inward. The other rabbits watch on in petrified silence, and out of the corner of my eye I spy Gonzo's fingers tighten against the windowsill. My own breath has gotten itself caught somewhere around the base of my throat. Crack. Red leaks down 104's forehead, filling his eyes. Crack. The crown of his head dimples, buckles, crack. Pinkish brain pushes out through the fractured bones as his eyes bulge from their sockets. This spear has to be made of the strongest fucking wood I've ever seen. This time, the spear of the head sinks its way down to his nose, forming a mangled valley in the middle of his head and ejecting blood and brain matter out the sides of his face. I don't know, Gelato. Do you think he's alright? I can't see him as being okay after this one, not gonna lie. 104's body shudders, deflates, and collapses to the ground. Sticky goop drips from the head of the spear onto his back. The lead rabbit's shoulders heave. He gazes upon his handiwork for a moment before righting the spear and stabbing the bottom end onto the dirt. The head of its shudders from the impact, sending more red splatters to the ground. He trolls towards his battalion, throws back his shoulders. No! Bathroom breaks! He quacks with another twitch of his head and shoulders. Yes, sir, the other rabbits pull a stiff about face, snapping forwards. Now march, you ingrates! With one last window rattling screech from the leader, they begin their march anew, boots biting into the dirt in the methodical unity, red, black, red, black. I wonder if we're gonna come into contact with that 218 guy. I assume so, because he's not here, and obviously I think because of that we might correctly assume that he maybe made up the having to take a piss thing just to piss off, and No pun intended, but to just go away. Crashing out over a pee break is crazy work? Oh yeah. This tells you how fucked up it is here. Jesus, Genzo hissed for for both of us. What happened down here? I finally managed. Something that wasn't supposed to, that's for sure. I pull away from the window. Gonzo's eyes are tight. We're really going out there then? Buck's gotta be out there somewhere. I don't know why or how I know, but some part of me knows. I bring a hand to my forehead. She could be trapped, hurt. I don't know, but it called us here, Jen. It called us here for a reason. Genzo wanders back toward the window, staring out at it now empty path. Now I've got a really bad fucking feeling about this. It can't be that bad, can it? This was our place, our own special place, where nothing could ever go wrong. A place just for us. Genzo laughs, but it's not an amused laugh, more like air being squeezed out of his lungs. He turns to look at me, brows skewed. Sure. God damn. The two of us are standing over the dead body of Sentry 104. I'm having a hard time keeping the bile from rising to the back of my throat. Genzo has his cap clenched between his hands. I still remember playing hide and seek with them in the sunflower fields. Genzo grimaces. I mean, you still can, but seems like the penalty for being found's gonna be a bit steeper now. I roll my eyes. Come on, this is making me sick. We should keep moving anyway. Who knows how many more of these guys are out there? Hope you don't have to go to the bathroom, Yolato. I'm a god, I'll be fine. I'm sure everything will be just alright. Genzo tugs his cap back over his tousled hair. Which way then? I toss a glance in the direction the rabbit battalion was headed. There's no sign of them now, but even the idea of being in their vicinity makes my stomach gurgle. I turned instead to study the path that they appeared from. It winds to the right a short ways before curling to the left and disappearing behind an upraised mound of meadow grass. Scarlet-leafed trees occupy its either side. I would suggest we don't follow the homicidal rabbits, but that's just me, Genzo muses. Yeah. Both paths are still empty, and for the life of me, I can't form a clear mental image of what's down either of them. My memories are too scattered and vague. I can't even look at the... Okay. I need to start remembering stuff. Because I can't even look at which way was which. Did they come from the left or the right? Because I feel like if we go to the path they came from, we'll come across another patrol. And that just seems to me like the thing that makes more sense. Unless there's a counter patrol. And they're headed towards the kingdom. Middle? Sure. How do I forget? Like, I've read this. I read it, and I forgot. Counter control seems too much like these guys. Not too much work for these guys. True. Although they seem very strict. So there is that. Not only that, but I straight up forgot which way they went. I'm just gonna pick right. We'll go right then. An excellent choice, Mon Captain. Never mind. I guess that was the good path. The path without them. It's quiet as we walk. No breeze rustles the trees or sun shudders through the grass. No insects buzz from leaf to leaf. Not even the far-off call of a bird breaks the silence. We might meet the rabbit guy that took a piss, assuming he did actually take a piss. The tall clusters of fiery red corridors the tall clusters of fiery red corridor us in as the river of dirt directs us left and right like the waters in a canyon. Above us, the sky glitters a sunny orange, and on our either side, strange flowers of blues, purples, and teals dot the grass between the trees. Some of them twisting and curling, with the trunks like kaleidoscopic veins. Alright, I forgot to ask. Genzo hands are in his pocket. Why? What did you wish for? Nothing? I blink. Frown. Nothing, I finally say. Nothing? I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. I don't want anything. Damn, guess you've got it. Guess you've got it made, huh? Genzo laughs. I didn't respond. Even now, I can't think of what I could possibly want. To find bucks, I guess, but that's less of a want and more of an obligation. I just don't really care enough about my life, about things, about myself. I chew on the inside of my cheek. We round another corner, and this time the path opens up into a small clearing. An outcropping of rocks overlook a small pond at the other end. From it peaks flow a miniature waterfall. Light reflects off the steady drizzle. I take a step towards the pond, only for Genzo to grab the back of my shirt. He quickly tucks me back behind a nearby tree. 2 seconds later, a rabbit soldier appears, his nose twitching and eyes searching the ground. My heart leaps up into my throat at the thought of how close I was to being seen. I stay perfectly still, Genzo's arms clamped around my waist as the two of us watch the rabbit in silence. He's looking for something, that much is clear. He wanders to the left and stops. To the right and stops. Twish, twitch, sniff, sniff. His mangled ears jerk with each change in his direction. 1v2, fight him, Jalo. He's got armor and a spear. We're losing that fight. You realize this, right? We are two unarmed men. And he is a rabbit with a spear and armor. Not only that, but in theory, the guy's got biological, advantage as well. Because I assume they don't have, normal human legs. I assume they've got those, digitigrade, skittering around type of animal legs. And you're not getting taken out by a rabbit? Says you. Says you. How would you fare against a rabbit that can probably run faster than you, run away faster than you, has armor, and you're just out here with your clothes? That's right, you can't do anything, because you're not built like that. You're not built like me, okay? Where are you? Let me show you? Oh yeah, oh sure. I glance up at Genzo, chest tight. What's he looking for? Hell if I know, Genzo hisses. Something squeaks. And at the moment, a small white mouse rushes out from the brush near the pond. It circles once, twice, tiny tail dusting the ground, then dashes off for the trees. There you are, the rabbit takes off. In a flying leap that has me questioning my eyes, he's on top of the mouse, large boot coming down on its tail. There's another squeak, pained this time, panicking. The mouse squirms against the grip on its tail, but its escape is futile. The rabbit raises his other foot and brings it down on the mouse's body. The resulting squelch sends an electric shiver down my body. The rabbit's jaw twitches. He raises his foot and ascertains the damage. The mouse's flattened body leaks red pus from the bottom of his boot. And the mouse's head, which had escaped the direct impact, hangs limp from the remaining sinews that like a flibby piece of meat hanging off the end of a sandwich. Ha 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 ha! The rabbit slams his foot back down, stomping, stomping, stomping until the mouse's body was nothing but fur nothing but fur hamburger. Genzo's arm tightens around me. He takes a step back, and I move with him, back into the safety of the trees. What we don't anticipate, though, is the slight dip in the ground. Genzo loses his footing, then goes down, taking me with him. The sound of us hitting the ground sends the rabbit's ears skyward. His head jerks in our direction. Who's there? The spear is already at the ready. Shit, shit, shit. Genzo and I scramble to our feet, but the damage has already been done. The rabbit is staring straight at us. Genzo's arm shoots out in front of my chest. The rabbit cocks his head first to the left, then the right. His eyes twitches, then widens. You're that fella the king told us to watch out for. He chuckles, laughs, licks his lips. I'll get a promotion for sure if I bring you in. Fresh meat for weeks. No more of that slop. He points his spear at us, then charges. It happens before I can process it. 1 second I'm standing behind Genzo. The next, Genzo, no! Something jabs my ribs so hard it knocks the breath out of me. I'm weightless. I'm falling. The ground rushing. And just before my ass hits the dirt, I see Genzo with an eyebrow stretched on my direction and a foot stretched on the other. Oh, sorry, elbow stretched in my direction and a foot on the other. The rabbit, who less than a second ago had been standing a good 20 feet away, is next to Genzo. Knock him out, Gelato? I don't think we have a chance. But the point of his spear has missed, slicing a red line across Genzo's cheek instead, and now thrust fruitlessly past him into the open air. You guys sold? I literally didn't even get to make a choice here. Shut up. The rabbit's head jerks left in surprise just as his boot hits Genzo's foot. He stumbles forward, unable to stop himself before the tip of his spear crunches into the wood of the nearest tree. It's at that moment that I hit the ground. You fucking... The rabbit alternates between glaring daggers at Genzo and tugging at the burrowed head of the spear. Time to pick up our rock and just start going ape on this guy. Genzo, however, wastes no time. He grabs the front of my shirt before I even have a chance to orient myself and wrenches me to my feet. Run! I do as I'm told. Never mind. We're not 2v1 this guy. The two of us go streaking out across the clearing, past the outcropping of rocks, past the pond, and toward where the path breaks off to follow the slowly expanding stream. How the hell were you able to do that? I huff as my lungs fight for air. Just hearing him coming is all. Just heard him coming is all. Genzo wipes at the blood dribbling down his cheek. River on our right and growing cliffside on our left we run, the sound of our footsteps in time with the thudding of our hearts. What did he mean by that fella the king told us to watch out for? I pant, trying to get my thoughts in order. But before either of us had a chance to answer my riddle of a question, Genzo skids to a halt. I followed suit, my eyes growing 10 times the size of my head. The ground in front of us is no longer, well, ground. It's soft, lumpy pink, a giant slab of lopping flesh splayed out across the path, and wide, 20-30 feet across. It's a tongue. And it's connected to the largest eyeball I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. It's round and wet and sitting in the side of the cliff face as though perched atop a throne. At our approach, its oversized pupils swivel with an almost audible rumble to stare straight at us. What the fuck? Genzo perfectly verbalizes my own thoughts for sure. I don't remember that being here before. I take a step back from the slimy pink hunk of flesh stripped across the path, lapping at the river water on the other side. You couldn't pay me enough money to walk across that thing, Genzo looks about ready to retch. Despite my mutual feelings, I also know the rabbit's going to be on our asses in a matter of minutes, even that. I quickly scan our surroundings, looking first at the step rocks to our left. Let me reread that. I quickly scan our surroundings, looking first at the steep rocks to our left, then to the river on our right. The cliff seems out of questions, but the river isn't too wide, and doesn't seem to be much of a current. Just as I'm studying the intricacies of the water patterns, I feel a tug on the hem of my shirt. My head wraps around, eyes refocusing themselves just in time to take in the sight of a small creature staring up at me. I jerk backwards with a cry of surprise. What the hell is that thing? Genzo comes up behind me just as I've recovered enough to ponder the same question myself. It's small, only coming up to my knees, but its head is large, puffy, and oblong, and red, bright red, almost like a tomato. Two beady black eyes rest above its ginormous shit-eating grin, and its stunted pocket arms waver slightly with each heave of its chest. What do you want, little guy? I pop a squat, hoping a decrease in height will make me appear less of a threat. It warbles something incomprehensive, then waggles its tentacle-like arms off to the right. I turn my gaze in the direction that it's pointing to see a neat wooden bridge stretched outside across the width of the river. Hey, there's a bridge. My brows furrow. I swear that wasn't there before. You're trying to help us then, aren't you, little dude? Now it's Genzo's turn to kneel, though he has a lot less height to lose. Bite his shit smooth off. I don't think I don't think I will. I don't think I will. The creature joggles its arms again with a happy warble. It certainly seems like it wants to help us, though I can't shake the oddity of the bridge. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed that when I was surveying our surroundings earlier. Still, our only other option is... I turn to look at the hulking tongue once again. There's a stagnant pool of saliva saturating the dirt in front of it, and its giant gooey eye is still watching us. I clench my hands and my curls with a groan. There you are! I spin around, only to see the rabbit at the end of the path, spear pointed right at us. My heart promptly drops into my stomach. Fuck! Genzo takes a step backward. Even our tiny acquaintance brings its arms to its mouth in fear. What are we doing, Eggs? What are we doing, Eggs? I can already see the rabbit rearing up for a charge. And I have to make a choice now. Well, the bridge or the tongue? I feel like it won't follow us if we go to the tongue. But at the same time, I'm not sure we can outrun it. I'll take the bridge. Listen, he might not follow us there. We're worried, right? We don't want to get caught. I don't trust the bridge, but I don't know. There's no way I'm crossing that tongue. Especially when this little guy seems so keen on helping us. I spin around to face its bulbous head and point emphatically at the bridge. Take us there, quick! It nods in fright, then grabs my hand and begins to run. The two of us jog to keep up, making a beeline for the bridge. By the time we clamber across it, my lungs are burning for air, and sweat is leaking in rivers down my forehead and neck. I throw a hairy glance over to check on the rabbit and see him just standing on the other side of the bridge, staring at us. He's not following us? Genzo asks with a wheeze. He's leaning forward with his hands on his knees as he fights for breath. I guess not. I look back and forth between the rabbit and our new friend, who's now smiling up at us expectantly. Maybe this is some sort of, I don't know, protected area? Genzo wipes his forehead with the sleeves of his and gazes around. Seems sus, but sure. Yeah, that's what I... Don't let this be like a giant mouth thing. I squat back down next to the small creature, curling an errant lock of hair behind my ear. Thanks for that, little guy. Who knows what that rabbit fellow would have done to us? My words of appreciation are met with a happy squeak. We're actually, trying to find some people we know. You haven't seen any others like us, have you? The creature brings one of its ropey arms around to its mouth as though in thought. And it seems to brighten, and it begins making happy squeaks and pointing further into the woods. Seems like yes. Maybe the others came through this way too. Genzo is looking up in the direction that thing pointed, one brow raised. Doesn't seem convinced. Can you take us to them? I asked the creature with a smile. It nods vehemently, then begins bouncing off towards the trees. Come on, I motioned Genzo, then followed. He probably used that freaky tongue, walks past it every day. You have to bite him, Jalotl, before he turns on you. It gets darker the further we walk. The trees more closely packed and their leafy canopies completely overtaking the sky. Chilly too. I rub at my bare arms as I look around, trying to stay close in step with our guide. Are you sure this guy knows where he's going? Genzo hisses. All I can do is grimace. This certainly doesn't seem like somewhere we'd find the others, but who am I to say, really? Suddenly, our new friend came to a stop. It looks left, then right. And from the gaps between the trees, I spy other dots of red. First one, then two, then three, then four, then five, six. They emerge from the shadow like scampering squirrels, all of them looking at our friend and us in curiosity. We're gonna die. we're gonna die. There's more of them? I throw a furtive glance between the approaching creatures. The hair on the back of my getting jumped, yeah. The hair on the back of my neck is starting to curl upwards. This is starting to seem like a really bad idea, Eggs. Genzo scooshes closer toward me as he eyes our new visitors. Maybe they're his friends? His friends. Maybe, but not ours. I'm not so sure of. I take a step towards our guide, a hand in what hopes is a sign of non-aggression. Hey, what's going on? Our guide turns around, smiles, and then the smile grows, yeah. His lips pull apart, and a horrifying sharp row of teeth emerges from the middle of its bulbous head. Iggy? I feel Genzo's hand on my shirt, fingers clamp around the fabric and pulling me back. But now the creatures are following suit, all their mouths splitting in two to reveal row after row of teeth. Eat him, bro? What are we supposed to do? We're two people. All of them smiling and smiling and smiling as they move closer. Yeah, we're done. My heart drops into my stomach and I twist on my heels. Genzo, run! I shout as my shoes dig into the dirt. But it's too late. The creatures closest to us hiss, and then they are on us. One flies onto my back, its teeth jumping down on my shoulder. My body arches backwards, and my vision flashes bright as pain shoots up and down my spine. I search for it, fingers desperately trying to curl around one of its tiny limbs to wrench it off. but then the other clamps down on my arm. I see its teeth sink into the flesh and the blood come bubbling up between its lips. Fuck. I throw my arm out, head again and again, trying to fling it off. One of my shoulders bites. Then the one on my shoulder bites down even harder. It then jerks its head back, ripping off a huge chunk of skin and muscle. I don't even register the scream that leaves my lips. The pain is everywhere, radiating up and out of my shoulder, sizzling like fire across my arm. Iggy! I hear Genzo scream and try to find him through my warped vision. But as I step forward, a third creature leaps toward me, hitting me right across the chest and knocking me backwards. I hit the ground hard, my head cracking against the dirt with a sharp thwack. Before I'm even having a chance to collect myself, the thing on my chest moves. It opens its jaws with a wide, toothy grin, and it tears them straight into my chest. The pain is immense. Clawing, retching, tearing. My vision blurs double, twists, fingers grappling uselessly at the dirt. I'm lost to an apple? I don't even know if I'm still lost to something. Uncensor it? I'm a big boy? Nah. Through the haze, I see a raising mass of pink and red and realize it's that thing pulling my intestines out. Draping them across its jaws like a flank of juicy sausages. I gasp, choke, a retching croak pushing past my lips as I feel my skin stretch and rip. The other two creatures have joined in, digging further inside me and tearing off chunks of flesh in great greedy gobfuls. I stare up at the trees with my arms and legs going limp. Vision fading. Just when I wondered how much longer I'm going to stay conscious, one of the creatures appears smack dab in the middle of my vision and bites off my face. Yeah, right? Just say you died. Like, shit, bro. Unfortunately, you were eaten. But at least the rabbit didn't get you. Would you like to restart from the moment? Yes, last choice. Thank you. Good choice. Thank you, random narrator. I knew. You made me double think the damn tongue thing. This is your fault. It's your fault, Real. Tongue is definitely the right choice. The feeling is just too strong. No matter how disgusting the thought of the tongue is, something somewhere is screaming at me not to take that bridge. Damn it, I groan. The tongue! To the tongue! What? Genzo speaks, his voice raising about 2 octaves. But there's no time to explain. I grab his sleeve, even as we're throwing the creature a pained look. As he's throwing the creature a pained look. And dragging him towards the heaving pink slab. Enjoy walking on that tongue? We clamber on top of it, just as a sound of racing footsteps fills the air behind us. Our fingers and knees sink into the oozing, squishy flesh. Immediately, I roll forward to escape the edge and the rabbit's potential grip, flopping down atop the porous mass. Once Genzo is safe next to me, I throw a glance back to see the rabbit glaring at us angrily from the solid ground. He's not following us, I muse. Genzo jabs angrily at his chest. I wouldn't follow us. He has a point. All the more reason for us to get across this thing as quickly as possible. I push myself shakily to my feet and try to take a step. But walking across the gelatinous surface turns out to be akin to walking across a waterbed in a very gooey waterbed. I promptly slip and fall face first into the pink pupil. Saliva gushes up through the jiggly pores. Next to me, Genzo is crawling forward on all fours, his face betraying his disgust. This is the most disgusting thing I've done in my life. I shakily race up on my hands, fingers sinking into the tongue's flesh. The bulbous nude nodules on its surface scrape against my palms. Let's just hope it's not the last thing you'll ever do in your life. I winced and followed after him, saliva quickly saturating the knees of my jeans. Aren't you glad you can see now, Genzo? I'm sure he's glad for it. It's slow going. Not only does the sponge-like surface make it difficult to balance, but a slick, firm film of saliva makes it nearly impossible to build up any sort of momentum. I keep my eyes trained forward as I crawl, trying not to look or think about the viscosity seeping up beneath my fingernails. It's watching us, Genzo's voice watches. I chance a glance up from my own to the left. The people at the of that cyclopean eye is fixed straight on us, unmoving, hawkish. I immediately jerk back to the front, shudder zipping down my spine. Just keep moving. We're halfway there, halfway across the vast ocean of pink. We just need to keep moving. It's at that moment that the tongue moves. It starts as a low rumble, like a foreshock prefacing an upcoming earthquake. Then the salmon-colored flesh begins to undulate, giving rise to rippling tremors that send our bodies bobbling. Genzo, I attempt a crawl toward him, just as a veritable mountain of flesh rises up from the ground, taking us with it. The fuck! Genzo loses his balance and lands with a splat on his back, his hands to his head. The growling hillock takes us up, 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 higher and higher. I dig my knees and fingers into the gooey pink sinews to keep from sliding off and cracking my skull open on the ground far below. The mound continues to rise until, just as I fear I'm about to lose my grip, it shifts gears, no longer reaching up for the sky, but instead rolling like a wave. The upsurge of flesh ripples, crests, then surges forward, taking us with it. I lose track of up from down, slipping and sliding across the slick surface. And only once it slows to a stop, and my body slides limply to the side of the flesh, do I notice how close we are to that all-seeing eye. Genzo glides down next to me, and I don't even have to look at him. I can practically hear his heart thudding away in his chest. Neither of us makes a sound as the warbling pupil of the eye dilates, focuses, and stares straight through us. I can see tiny twitches of movement, ever so slight, jumping back and forth between us. They make the soft wet surface of the eye tremble and jump. Quiet. Moisture dribbles down on my forehead and cheeks, and past my collar to tickle my spine. Quiet. I chance a shudder breath that dances across my lips, and another low rumble, and a sudden shadow overtakes us. I look up just as the tongue's giant tip curls around, stretching towards us like a prowling worm. The slab of wet flesh engulfs the both of us at the same time. Ew, what the fuck's going on? It presses into our necks, chest, and faces squirming and wriggling, and I wrench my head to the side with a gasp to keep from suffocating. Fuck, it's tasting us. I push back into the soggy mound behind me, trying to put whatever space I can between my body and the groping slug-like monstrosity currently sucking at my cheek and throat. The massive globules of sticky saliva drip to my head, clinging to my curls, drips over my eyes. I can't even see through my glasses any longer. And be grateful, Yolato, this tongue saved you. I am not too grateful at the moment. It oozes and crawls up and down my skin, grinding into my hair, slurping at my ear, my shin, my collarbone. And it's only once my entire upper half is dripping with muck that it pulls away, leaving me plastered to the porous surface behind me and looking like I've just been frisked by a slug. I peer over the bleary lens of my glasses at Genzo, who looks similarly depredated. Depredated? Yeah. His cap is full cocked atop his head, scruffy hair forming erratically galled points. And considering that a memory I'd like someone to permanently purge from my mind. No sooner has Genzo's smart retort left his mouth than the giant watery pupil of our captor moves. It whirls backwards, pulling a full circle before returning to its previous position. Only this time, sporting thousands and thousands of tiny lines. One of the lines pops open, revealing another, smaller eye. Is this thing gonna feed us to its babies or something? Followed by another, then another, popping open by the hundreds, countless dots of white atop the shuddering surface. Then the biggest line of them all, that bisects the entire eye, splits open with the giant roar. I think it liked what it tastes, Genzo screamed as the creature shrieked again, a deep throaty howl that has me clutching at my ears. Behind us, the tip of the tongue has uncurled itself, and now the entire tongue is raising, tilting, forming one monstrous slide of doom that ends straight inside the nightmare's mouth. I scrambled into motion, crawling upward as fast as I can, attempting to dig my hands and my nails into the tongue's slick surface. But the higher the tongue tilts, the further I slip up. It's all I can do to keep from tobogganing. What is that word? From tobogganing straight into the chute like I'm on a slip and slide from hell. Iggy! Genzo's voice grabs my attention. Through my panic, I see him brandishing what appears to be a screwdriver. Never leave the shop without it. What? Before I can question his moves, he slams the sharp metal end of his trusty bike tool into the quivering flesh of the tongue. Careful, you already have a negative KD. But we never get any kills. You should learn this by now. The reaction is immediate. The beast howls so loud it feels as though my heart's twisted into veritable nothingness. Then the tongue jerks, flails, writhe in pain. Grab onto me! I don't have to be told twice. I launch myself at Genzo and lash onto his waist. And never before have I held onto something so tight. I clasp my fingers around the fabric of his pants and dig my face into his exposed belly. Above me, Genzo clutches desperately at the handle of the screwdriver, jaw taut and muscles tight. No, censor the blood. What the fuck? I thought you didn't want the censoring. What's up with that? What's up with that? Another roar from below. It's getting really angry now. The tongue bucks, thrashes. Each bounce sends up and down, slamming back into the spongy surface with juicy splats that take the breath out of me and rattle my brain. But somehow I keep my grip on Genzo, and somehow Genzo keeps his grip on the screwdriver. The roar morphs into a wail, and the muscles beneath us grow suddenly taut. I open my eyes for a peek, not even realizing I have them closed, just in time for the entire tongue to reel back in one whip-like lash, shuck itself forward. Genzo and I go flying like rocks in a slingshot, first a few feet over the ground, then slamming into the dirt and rolling 5 feet, 10 feet, 20, before finally and unceremoniously slipping into the pebble-strewn path like a pair of wet fish. I don't know why that rabbit guy didn't follow us then, if he could just like stab it into the damn thing's mouth and be fine. Twin puddles of saliva turned the ground dark beneath us. My head's still spinning, and I'm not even sure what I'm still conscious. I'm not even sure I'm still conscious at first. I open first one eye, then the next. Then with a groan that's half the agony and half disgust, I push myself up on my palms. Thick, clammy strings of goo stretch between my skin and the puddle below. Genzo rolls over. His cheeks are painted with glossy drool. Nothing could ever go wrong here, Higgs. He laughs and hacks another wad of saliva into his chest. Onto his chest, yes. Onto, not into, onto. I rub my face until it's raw, splashing water on it again and again and again, but I still can't seem to dispel the feeling of muck clinging to my pores. We're in the shoals of the river, up to our knees in the water and rinsing our hair, our clothes, our mouths. Genzo's taken his jacket off and is kneading it atop his knee like a washboard. His hair sticks up in errant wet tufts that shudder with each jerk of his shoulders. My glasses are the worst. No matter how many times I rinse and buff the lenses, a prismatic glare remains. I limp carefully back over to the grass and squint at Genzo, who's now wringing out his jacket. Out here, and away from that horrific monstrosity, it's calm again. Nothing and no one in sight. Only the trickle of the river current as our musical accompaniment. I'm glad to know this place is apparently fucked beyond all reason. Genzo follows me back to the bank. He shrugs his jacket back on before pulling his cap over his curls. Really, just lovely. Aren't you happy you can witness all of this? What could have happened to it? It wouldn't just, on its own, would it? Eggie, we don't even know what this place is. Hell, until this morning, I would have told you it was nothing but some crazy, yet suspiciously coincidental dream we all had as kids. I run a hand through the damp ringlets of my hair and peer out across the landscape. A flash of movement catches my eye, and my gaze goes immediately towards the far bank, where the river twists around to form what looks like a small beach. A dock has been erected on the sand, and a boat is slowly gliding its way across from the opposite direction. Genzo follows my gaze. He narrows his eyes. This is strangely serendipitous. No, I remember this. A sight of the miniature white riverboat, with its slowly churning red and black water wheel. Its benches with just enough room for 5. And its helm of gleaming polished wood that moves on its own, like magic. It's enough to bring fuzzy, shifting images bubbling to the surface of my brain. Of adventures down the river, of standing at the helm with my arms outstretched and feeling like an intrepid explorer off to discover lands unknown. For a moment, I do nothing. Then I take a step. Then another. The steps morph into a jog. I get to the wooden steps of the dock just as the boat comes to a halt in the other end of the pier. Jesus, Genzo huffs behind me as he runs to catch up. To the left of the dock is a cherry red and white sign with the words Kiddie Cruise on it. Past it, I see the river folk, with the right channel leading back along the direction we'd just come, and the left leading deeper into the unknown. I point toward the boat like some sort of overgrowth tour guide, We can take this. Better than walking, that's for sure. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to stay on the road with the giant man-eating eyeball and the homicidal rabbit guards? Hey, Genzo raises a finger, then lowers it with a shrug. Come on, I remember riding this all the time, I urged as I start up the steps. My ascent is halted, however, by a jovial, high-pitched voice from the other side of the railing. Come and ride the kiddie cruise and sail the waves for days. Adventure like you've never had, and to end to your malaise. I stop, blink, then lean over the railing for a peek at the ground below. A flower. Brilliant white petals adorn its oversized head, and its glossy green leaves shimmy with its dance-like movements. It has no mouth, but somehow the words from form all the same, melodic and sprightly. Sprightly? Yep, sprightly. Right, Gelato? There's no twist this time? I hope, because I don't think there's much of a choice, if I'm being honest. Gentle sailor, pack your bags for perils on the prowl. Just don't be falling overboard, or else you'll need your towel. Genzo wanders over, his hands on his hips. The flower comes up to his waist. It twists atop its roots, as though looking up at him. Cap of orange, scant of height. The pallid yearnings you cloak in trite are more glaring than your loss of sight. I raise a brow. What's that supposed to mean? Means a cheeky flower about to get its roost. Means a cheeky flower is about to get its roost flayed. That's what. Genzo's rolled up his sleeves and takes a menacing step forward. The flower brings its leaves up to its shocky yellow gynoecium, as though slapping its hands to its cheeks in fright. It recoils at Genzo's approach. This gentle flower, locked in its earthen cage, warrants not the fruits of your misplaced rage. Genzo snorts. I can't help but laugh. It's just a flower, Gen. No need to get so worked up. Says the one not getting ridiculed by it. Just ignore it, come on. Genzo huffs but calms. He readjusts his cap with his head on his head with a cavalier twist, nods once at the flower, then steps towards the dock. The flower waggles its leaves. Kiss my grass, but you big horse's ass. Genzo twists immediately on his heels and storms towards the flower. You fucking... Genzo! I just managed to grab the back of his collar before he goes homicidal gardener on the poor plant. I pull him back toward the steps of the dock. He lets out another snort, but stops his assault. His face is red with indignation. Come on, let's just get on the boat. Yeah, sure. He starts up the steps, wood creaking beneath our shoes. Though soothing, breathing, charming dale await you on this gentle creek, when through the collector's jar you'll sail. Those with no wish to join him must not peek. I stop, glance back at the flower. Genzo nearly turns into my back. What's the holdup? I thought you said not to listen to that thing. I lick my lips. The flower is back to its normal shipper dance. Yeah, you're right. It's nothing. Come on. Okay, so we have to not look. The boat is still anchored at the end of the dock, almost as though waiting for us. And the memories are stronger now. I can see in my mind as clearly as though it were yesterday. Me at the front, my hands on the wheel as though steering us toward the horizon. Genzo and Gidget in the first row of seats. Gidget had enjoyed letting her fingers run through the water as we drifted slowly down the river. And Genzo, yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. Genzo had constantly joked about throwing Orlam overboard, something about a sacrifice to the sharks. And Orlam, sitting behind them,
would always get that look like he was about to pee his pants. While Bucks in the next seat over would already be anxious searching the water in search of dorsal fins, her eyes wide. I look at the boat now, so small, when back then it felt like a mighty galleon. Damn, Migs, you're right. I'm starting to remember now, too. This boat used to be the shit. Genzo pushes past me and throws a leg onto the boat. It bobs back and forth in the water as he boards. I wait until he's situated on one of the seats before following suit, not wanting to completely capsize the thing. For a moment, I worry that it might sink, but beneath our combined weight. We're quite a bit larger than we were the last time we rode, but it ultimately holds true. Genzo raises an arm in the air. Toot toot, let's get this tugboat tugging. I look around, wondering if there's something we need to do. A button to press, a lever to pull. But apparently, all it requires is our presence, as no sooner have I started my search than the water wheel in the back slowly shugs to life. With a shudder, the boat begins to glide across the water, and I sit down shakily in the seat next to Genzo before I can lose my balance and fall overboard. Doo-doo. The river is calm, smooth, and the boat cuts through the water like butter, slowly but steadily. Once it reaches the fork in the river, it turns left automatically, taking us further away from our cottage, the rabbit's guard, and that hellish ocular creature. Genzo leans back, feet propped up on the edge of the boat and head resting in his arms. I'll admit, this is much better than walking. Yeah. I scratch at my bare arm. My still damp clothes cling to my skin, cold and heavy. We round the bend, now drifting dreamily past colorful scenery. Knolls of gold and green slope upwards and away from the riverbank, and red and purple trees stretch towards the orange sky. Decorating the ground are flowers of all shapes and sizes, cattails, tufts of white cottonweed, all of it seemingly untouched, with no signs of life to disturb it. Well, if the skies are orange, doesn't that mean we're like about to have, nightfall begin? I'm a little worried. I watch the wheel at the helm creak gently back and forth, keeping us centered in the middle of the waterway and continuing our journey upriver. The gentle current is likely to put me asleep before long. I can't decide if the absolute silence is eerie or calming. I shift in my seat, hands on my lap and thumbs, batting at each other, then toss a glance at Genzo. He's got one eye open, studying me. What? I ask incredulously. He shrugs. Just don't want to forget what you look like when this is all over. I bite at the inside of my cheek. The twinge of guilt is rising up again. Genzo, as for me though, that I'll gladly forget. I'm ugly as fuck. I mean, wow, I kinda wish I never found that out. I roll my eyes. You're not ugly. Maybe compare to Olmar. Maybe compared to Orlam. I'm sure he really takes the cake. He was ghastly enough as a kid. He sits up, hands clasping and unclasping. I don't know why he's starting to, If Genzo dies, we end the game. Let's have fun. Let him have his fun. I'll say nothing, I think. I just don't know why he's kinda... Because he seems a little nervous, a little. Say nothing, I'll just... I let my gaze fall to the water, just staring at it, lapping at the sides of the boat. Damn, though, all of this, it's bringing back a fuck ton of memories. I know what you mean. We're rounding another bend. Dandelions and sunflowers dot the opposite bank, tall and proud. Have you ever wondered, If we could have stayed friends, the five of us, if it weren't for this place. Genzo leans back, eyes towards the sky. His jaw moves as though he's chewing on his thoughts. I know that we forgot a lot. Or maybe I don't know if... I know that we forgot a lot. Or maybe I don't know if that's the right word. More like began questioning if it was even real or not. At least for me. But maybe the secret... that secret somehow kept us together. We didn't want to lose the only people we could share this memory with. Or we're just a bunch of losers who never made any other friends. I press my lips into a line. I'm being serious. And I'm not? Genzo shrugs. But I mean, why did I let my gaze wander to the passing scenery? Why did what? I don't know how to respond. I sigh. A sign has stolen my attention. It's small and wooden, and perched up along the right-hand bank. The words "Collector's Territory" ahead have been painted on it in heavy red strokes. My gaze jumps to the water, which has started to take on a yellowish hue. I stand up shakily. My tongue feels like a dry sock against the roof of my mouth. You, gonna tell me what's wrong here, Iggs? We're approaching the next curve, drifting slowly, peacefully. But something about the air makes the hair on my arm stand right up, and my fingers tingle with electricity. With a jolt, I slam back into my seat and search for Genzo's hands. Close your eyes. What? Genzo's brow shook sky high. I'm trying to press Genzo's palms against his eyes. Just do it! There's no time to explain. Close your eyes and don't open them until the boat stops. Promise me. Jesus, Iggs, that run-in with that gnarly eye monstrosity must have really gotten you shook. Promise me. Genzo waves his arms in disbelief but closes his eyes all the same. Why is the thing not here? Okay, like the bandwidth just like randomly died. I really hope it wasn't for that long. Just in case, I'm gonna reread a little bit of this. So, right, with a jolt, I slam back into my seat and reach for Genzo's hands. Close your eyes. What? Genzo's brows shoot sky high. I'm trying to press Genzo's hands, palms against his eyes. Just do it. There's no time to explain. Close your eyes and don't open them up until the boat stops. Promise me. Jesus, Iggs. That run-in with the gnarly eye monstrosity must have really gotten to you shook. Promise me. And then he waves his arms in disbelief, but closes his eyes all the same. And there we go. They're closed, Jesus. Why does he need to close them? Because apparently, like, while we were talking, let me see. While we're talking, right? And he's going, why did what? And then Iggy doesn't respond because he sees a sign, and it's a small wooden sign that's perched up along the high bank, the right-hand bank, and the sign reads "Collector's Territory" ahead, and the water, I think, starts becoming a different color as well. Yeah, my gaze jumps to the water, which has started to take on the yellowish hue. I think he's trying to take the advice of the flower to not look at whatever that guy has. I watched him for a second, making absolutely sure that he has them closed for good. Then follow suit, folding forward and cupping my eyes with my hands. Then I wait, sitting there, elbows digging into my knees, toes curled inside my soggy sneakers, and sweat gathering in the crook of my neck. I can hear the water lapping against the sides of the boat. I'm gonna nominate you for Streamer of the Year. Why is that? What did I do? What am I doing to be nominated as such? I can feel the rhythm of the water wheel against my backside. The gentle swell pushing us forward. Calm. Quiet. I chew on the inside of my cheek. Fingers sticky and forehead damp. Waiting. 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 We must be past the curve now. What am I doing sitting here like this? Ridiculous. And to make Genzo play along too. What an idiot. There's nothing out here. Out there. The tendrils of shame work their way up my chest, making my face feel flushed and hot. My stomach feels like it's being tied in 50 different knots. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I should just look already. There's nothing there. All I ever do is overreact. My cheeks, my neck, my back. I feel so hot with embarrassment. My breath comes out shaky and feverish, leaving moisture on my wrist. I'm a disgrace. Just look already, you idiot. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not looking at shit. I press my hands into my eyes hard enough to make them pound. Do it for the one time? No. And in that instant of pain, the heat leaves. My chest unclenches. Coolness washes over my body like a breath of fresh air. What the fuck was I just thinking? I wipe my damp forehead, but keep my eyes clamped shut. What weird thoughts. I rock my heels back and forth, licking my lips. There's still only the sound of water past the boat. The gentle rocking motion. Now you're curious? We probably would have just died again to like some ridiculous thing. Hard to believe I'd just been berating myself for wanting to play it a little bit safe. Though I have to admit, I am a bit curious. Who is the collector and what is this territory of his? Why aren't we allowed to see it? The back of my neck tingles with curiosity. A intangible feeling of yearning. It's pressed down into my back, pinpricks that dance with excitement. I want to see it. I want to see what's there. My eyelids flutter momentarily, and the thrill it sends up and down my spine is enough to make my heart jump. I need to know. This single thought has consumed me. I can't stop thinking about it. It's an unstoppable need. My lips curl upward just thinking about it, and my breath grows heavy with excitement. You're right. You are going 0-1 on 0 right now. Not only that, but you see how the river is like, we're starting to think constantly about seeing whatever's there. So there's some magic at play here as well. I will know. Another flutter. My body throbs with it. Heart thudding, thudding, faster and faster as adrenaline pumps through my veins. I brace myself. Nuh-uh, don't do it. Then shake my head. No, no, no. What am I even thinking? I take a deep breath, clearing my thoughts, and feel the dire craving that had been wrecking my body mere moments ago drip away. My body feels heavy and cold, like someone's draped a hefty blanket over my shoulders. And my breath comes out ragged, as though I've just ran a marathon. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. My lips move noiselessly with the words. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. I clench my eyes even tighter, trying to ward off the feeling of dread crawling its way up my skin. Concentrate. Concentrate on the words. Don't think about anything else. Row, row, your boat gently down the stream. I nod my head with the rhythm. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Even my heart seems to be pounding in time. And I can feel it in my hands, warm, throbbing heat that wants to burst out of my veins. Merrily, merrily, my head swims. Merrily, merrily. I rock back and forth on my heels, humming beneath my breath. Life is but a dream. Iggy, we're here. We made it. You can open your eyes now. I sit up, unsure. Genzo's voice comes from the right, towards the front of the ship. He sounds confident, assured. Come on, Iggy. But I don't move. I don't want to open my eyes. Something's not right. I shake my head, take a deep breath, start my humming anew. And I cross my arms in front of my chest. Hands to my shoulder this time, and lean forward, back and forth, back and forth. Iggy! Genzo's voice is sharp this time, scared. Iggy, help! Iggy! I hum louder. Then comes the screaming, desperate, pained. Fuck. I clench my eyes even tighter, but it's not tight enough to stop the tears from escaping out of the corners. I bite down on my tongue. The sheer terror in the shrieks gouges at my heart, hollowing it out with each renewed onslaught. He sounds like he's being torn apart. The tears grow heavy and dribble down my cheek like pool beneath my shin. Iggy! Don't look! I bite down on my lip so hard that I can taste the blood in my mouth. It's not real. The boat hits something and comes to a sudden stop, sending me flying off to the floor. I open my eyes. Bright. That's the first thing I notice. I had my eyes closed so long that the orange daylight now seems extraordinarily brilliant. New GTA 6 trailer, look. Oh, that you would be gone. You'd be a goner. I blink against the glare, tears still streaking my cheeks, and attempt to survey my surroundings. We're at another dock, bobbing lazily in the water. Genzo still hunkered down on the seat across from me, the one I'd been across from the one I'd been occupying moments earlier, his eyes closed and features contorted. I push myself to my feet with a wobble and stumble toward him. Genzo! My hands go to his shoulders. When he doesn't respond, I give him a shake, which finally rousts him from his focus. He looks up at me in confusion, his face white and eyes strained. I can see beads of perspiration dappling his cheeks and forehead. What is this? The boat's stopped. I guess that means we should get off. Oh, sure, yeah. You okay? Oh, yeah, sure. He pulls at his collar, raises to his feet. Guess I just got a little, seasick there. They don't say. We disembark the boat in silence. Then stand on the dock, unmoving. Genzo removes his cap and runs his hand through his hair, again and again. Droplets of sweat bounce off and onto the wooden planks. Path seems to lead this way. I point past the end of the dock and towards where a valley of dirt winds itself off and away from the river, bordering on either side by more trees. Yeah, but Genzo's voice lacks its usual vivacity. We start our trek from the river without another word, just the two of us, walking down the dreamlike path in a world of fantasy with no idea where to go, or what to expect next. You know what? I think I'll end this one here. I think enough has happened that that we can stop for the day. We have to intake everything that we've gained so far anyways. Just to, cuz it is crazy. It is crazy. Good spot at the end. I'm glad you agree. What do you think of the story so far? I'm curious. Genuinely, cuz I'm a little bit lost for words. Because on one hand, we kind of get some information, on the other, we don't. And we're still I'm still wondering about that king line, like that there's a king down here that's like looking for us. Or telling people to keep an eye on us, right? Because that's what the rabbit said. The rabbit was like, yo, keep an eye out. It's interesting. I think we need to let it cook a little more. Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. It still needs still needs to keep going. But like, wow, okay. Interesting so far. Interesting. Long ass game though. Hope you have some water. Oh yeah. It's let me see how many hours that is. Let me see. It's supposed to be okay. Around 288,000 words, so 20 to 25 hours of playtime. That's a lot of like. We're gonna be here for a while. This one's gonna be here for a while. I don't know if that's longer or short. I think that's probably shorter than Danganronpa, I think. I don't remember how many words Danganronpa had. But, you know. It's certainly something. It's certainly... We're gonna probably play this again this week. I don't know when. What day is it today? It's Wednesday, right? Let me see. Yeah, today's Wednesday. I don't know what I'll do tomorrow. If I can't find anything to do tomorrow, then I will simply just play this again. But I think I'll probably play something else. Anyhow, I bid thee farewell, my kindred. I hope you all have a great rest of your this week. Bro, you playing tomorrow. Shush you. We're playing at least one more time this week, so don't worry. I bid thee farewell. I hope you all have a great rest of your mornings, afternoons, evenings, and nights, wherever and whenever you are. May the gods bless you. May the stars shine in your honor. I shall see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.